Good evening. I would like to call to order the May 27th, 2026 meeting of the City of West Palm Beach Historic Preservation Board. Can we please begin with a roll call?
Present.
Gerald Buxbaum.
Present.
Taylor Smith.
Present.
James Murphy.
Present.
Gabriel Jaroslavsky.
Here.
Kyle Waters.
Here.
Peggy Marker.
Present.
Caleb R.W. Locks.
Here.
Katie Jacob.
Here.
Thank you. We will now move on to the approval of tonight's agenda. Do staff have any changes to tonight's agenda as presented?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No reorders or deletions on the agenda tonight.
Thank you. Any changes by the board? Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to
tonight's
approve. Second.
agenda? All those in favor?
Favor.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda is approved. We now move on to the approval of the minutes from the April 2026 meeting. Any changes to the minutes as presented in the package?
Second.
Any?
No changes.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second now?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Minutes approved. We now move on the report of the City Historic Preservation Planner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jordan Hodges, City Preservation Planner for the record. The first item is the Historic Preservation Awards. We have actually just lately spoken with a few applicants who missed the submittal deadline and didn't get the notification that our awards packet, nomination packet had been released. So we would like to push that back for 1 month. I think there's some really good projects that could come in that unfortunately they just missed the notice. But that is going to be re-released, the nomination form and materials through the department's Gov Delivery notification system. So that will go to all subscribed recipients. And then we're also going to email the nomination packet directly to kind of several of our frequent flyers who might not know about it. So we'll plan on that for next meeting. As far as resubmittals, so if you have a project being heard this evening and your item gets continued, if you would like to proceed to the next meeting, which is the June 26th meeting, the revised project will be due to your case manager no later than noon on Wednesday, June the 3rd. But if you'd like to bypass June and go directly to the July 28th meeting, resubmitted materials will be due again via email to your case manager no later than 5 p.m. on Monday, July 6th. And that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I am sure that if some of the frequent applicants are here and are proud of their projects, will submit for this year's awards, hopefully. We now move on to remarks by the chairperson. The matters before us this evening are quasi-judicial in nature, which means we base our decisions on competent, substantial evidence that comes before us. We ask that you please keep this in mind when making comments. For each of the cases in tonight's agenda, the applicant will have 10 minutes to present. 15 minutes will be allotted for cases involving a demolition. Following the applicant's presentation, staff will present. We will then open the floor to public comment, which will be limited to 3 minutes per person. If you are planning to speak during public comment, please be sure to fill out a comment card found in the foyer and turn it into our board secretary. After public comment, the applicant is allowed a rebuttal, which will then be followed by executive session where we will render our decisions. So tonight we have several cases, so I will ask you to please make sure that you present in the allotted time. To lead into this, we need to let you know if we have any conversations outside of this meeting. So we now move on to the declaration of ex parte communications.
As to the matter before the City of West Palm Beach Historic Preservation Board, May 27th, 2026, I, Gerald Bucksbaum, have not had ex parte communications, received written communications, conducted an investigation, made a site visit, nor received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to the matters before us at the May 27th West Palm Beach Historic Preservation Board, I, Taylor Smith, have conflicts to declare on the consent agenda, item 6.1, HPB 2619, 323 Dyer Road. Item 6.2, HPB 2629, 317 Grayman Drive. And item 6.4, that's HPB 26-36, 529 Biscayne Drive. I'll step out during the voting on the consent items. As to all other matters, I have not had ex parte communications. I've not received written communications. I've not conducted investigation. I have not made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's May 27th, 2026 Historic Preservation Board meeting, I, James Murphy, have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters in tonight's agenda, I, Gabe Charslapsky, met with staff to discuss all the cases in tonight's agenda, but I made my decision based on the evidence presented. Except for these discussions, I have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Kyle Waters, have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. Thank you.
As to all matter on tonight's agenda, I, Peg Marker, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Caleb Laux, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to the matter of all items on this agenda, I, Katie Jacob, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. We now move on to the swearing of speakers. If you plan on speaking at today's hearing, please rise and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. We have a number, I think that 4 cases in the consent agenda. Can I please have a motion to approve them?
I move to approve consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. So if you are here for cases HPV 26-19 and 323 Dyer Road, HPV 26-29 on 317 Graymont Drive, HPV 26-34, 839 Claremont Drive, and HPV 26-36 in 529 Biscayne Drive. Your cases are approved. Congratulations. We now will start tonight's meeting now with the continued cases. Applicant will present case 7.1 is HPV 25-61, 221 Plymouth Road.
Good afternoon, everyone. Connor Peed, representing Ocean Place Holdings with the property located at 229 Plymouth Road. The project scope includes a 545 square foot, two-story addition to the existing two-story single-family residence. Looking at the street elevation here in the rendering, this is the proposed scope of work as seen from the street elevation. The addition, when looking at this rendering, is the middle portion of the upstairs and the left side. The existing first floor is to remain as is, and the second floor section on the left is to remain existing. Now I'm going to flip to the existing elevation on the south. Right there, if you look here, again, you can see on the south elevation, the only portion that is to be removed is that middle portion. The rest of the house will remain existing. And the key element here is the second story portion on the right. I'll flip over to the proposed south elevation. Again, you'll see here the first floor is to remain as is. We're proposing to keep the volume of that existing space on the right upstairs. And the proposed addition is the middle section and the left section. One of the biggest challenges we had with this project was to, aside from accomplishing the historic preservation's intent and to make a really nice project, our goal was to raise the ceiling height in this existing structure, especially the second floor. If you were to go up there now, it's extremely tight. It's not practical for today's standards. So that's really where the design started, with trying to accomplish that to something that will be, very worthwhile in the end. In doing that, and keeping in mind the historic preservation's intent, we ran into the path that we had to go down were to request two special exceptions. The special exception C, if you're looking at the proposed south elevation here, this top area here in the yellow, I know it's hard to see. The special exception C is for the side setback. Code requires 5 feet for the side setback. The existing wall on that eastern wall is at 4'3", so we're encroaching 9 inches. So that small portion where we're proposing to raise that eastern wall, that is the special exception C. And then the second one is special exception B, which is in regards to the wall height. Again, that is the key in order to get the ceiling heights that we need to make a practical project, and then also keep with the historic preservation intent. So the wall height, we're allowed to go with this special exception up to a maximum of 22 feet for a total length of 25 feet. We're proposing to go to the 22 feet at the eastern wall height there, as you can see in the yellow. So this is this whole area here for a total length of 24 feet. So what that does is it allows us to get, like I mentioned a few times, it allows us to get the ceiling height that we really desired in the building, and it accomplishes I would say a big portion of what we, for the lack of a better term, battling with the historic review, just going through, trying to figure out something that looks right for this house. And I mentioned early on that the key was to maintain this, the second story, the original second story as the prominent feature on the house. And I think by having these special exceptions, checking the boxes with the ceiling height, we really strive to make that the prominent feature. So in order to, by raising that existing portion of the house, it allowed us to make that parapet wall height taller than the rest of the addition here. And so that allowed us to keep the ceiling height throughout, which is very important for a house. And we set the wall height lower on the addition in this middle section here, and then we also set back the face of these two pieces. So if you're looking at it from the street, it's really the prominent feature is that existing second story. And I'll just kind of flip through some of the other elevations that are proposed. Again, you see it here where, again, a tricky detail that we've worked through at the final stages where we had a limit on the special exception B, the wall height of a total length of 25 feet. The total length, the existing length was 35 feet. So we had a very unique area here, and thankfully we worked through with the historic and Jordan and Anthony and found a good solution to keep this ceiling lower. So we checked the box with the two exceptions, and I was able to stick a closet in there, so it worked out. It didn't really, you're never going to notice it from the inside, but it allowed a nice feature from the outside, and it really respects that, trying to keep that historic preservation of that second floor there. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to hear the staff presentation.
Good evening, Anthony Mendez, Historic Preservation Planner for the record, speaking as a case manager for HPB 2561. This is a request for additions and modifications to contributing Mission Revival residents in the Bel Air Historic District. This case was initially scheduled to be heard in October, but staff and the applicant jointly requested a deferral at that time just to resolve some outstanding zoning issues. This case was first heard in December of 2025. The board continued that application to allow further refinement for the proposed vaulted ceiling that they had initially, and just to ensure that that existing second story element would be the most visually dominant when looking at this property along Plymouth Road. Following the December hearing, Connor actually joined the applicant's team, and they coordinated with staff just to incorporate two special exceptions into as part of their request in order to facilitate that proposed second story addition. So this is just some background information provided from last December. Subject property is in SF14C2, short for Historic Single Family High Density Residential Context 2. The Bel Air Historic District consists of Mediterranean Revival, Mission Revival, wood frame, and masonry vernacular style houses. The Bel Air Historic District is our city's southernmost historic, sorry about that. It is our southernmost historic district that was locally designated in 1993. This property was deemed contributing to the historic context of that district. We have some photographs from the time of surveying in 1990 and from 2002. So there are two existing nonconformities that we have, and the applicant sort of alluded to this initially. We have that the covered carport encroaches into the west setback, and we have that the east wall encroaches into that east setback where a 5-foot minimum setback would be required, and they are currently at 4 feet 3 inches. And also, while lot coverage is not being changed as part of this request, that is slightly above the maximum of 1,800 square feet. The request has changed a little bit since then, and not just incorporating the 2 special exceptions, but this is a 545 square foot addition. And as part of the request, they're utilizing under section 9485, letter B is for wall height and C is for site setback. Let's see here. I'll just briefly skim over some of the elevation drawings, just starting with the primary and just seeing the proposed 3 flat roofs, and we have the existing step parapet that's being retained. We have the barrel tile roof on that middle face of the second story that they're proposing, along with the new balcony and the 6/6 paired single hung windows. We have the east elevation drawing, and we've just, we have the reconfigured parapet and that, continuation of the 9 inches by 2 and 24, that extension of the nonconformity along the east elevation drawing. Where we have the north with the 2-step parapets and the 4 6/6 single hung windows and the new French doors. West elevation drawing showing the new 6/6 single hung windows. The proposed elevation also is depicted in my staff reports, existing and proposed roof plan. And just for the first floor, the alterations primarily are for fenestration at the rear. Other than that, the front will be retained on the first floor. For the second floor, you will note substantial interior changes that are occurring in order to make this addition possible. We have our ZLDR zoning table. It just demonstrates compliance for the second floor addition in spite of the existing nonconformities, and taking note for the special exception requested for the minimum site setback to the east and the wall height maximum at the site setback. So just to elaborate on 9485C. So this provision permits the board to grant a limited exception to the minimum side setback on one of the sides of the property. This is for additions to our contributing resources. Per our city's regulations, legal nonconformities are allowed to remain, but you can't, expand upon that nonconformity either laterally or vertically. So that exception is the maximum that is allowed is 2 feet to the adjacent property line. So the applicant has submitted that special exception diagram illustrating the limits of that relief. So the request is to vertically extend that 9-inch intrusion. And staff finds that the request complies with criteria 1 as stated in verbatim as our code. So it results in the extension of an existing wall that does not meet the minimum site setback standard. And then for special exception B, it's the continuation of an increase of wall height at site setback to go from 20 to 22. This is, again, it provides the maximum of 2. Any proposed exception must meet the intent of the design guidelines in both of the criteria. So first, that it shall not extend more than 25 feet along that horizontal dimension of the wall. So the applicant has currently proposed it at 24. And that details and changes in materials are provided to ensure that visual articulation of the wall. We have imposed condition number 1. It's going to require that new second floor, middle, and west massing elements to incorporate that running barrel tile coping. And that's just an element that we would use to distinguish existing versus proposed. We have the surrounding buildings as outlined. It's attachment 1 of my staff report. Special emphasis on the contributing buildings. So that's numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we are appreciative of the progress that has come ever since last December when this case was first heard. We find the latest design iteration is again, comes a long way and adheres to all the comments that were expressed by the board last December. We are recommending approval with conditions before you this evening. I could elaborate more on the specific ones to this project, but some of these are rather general. Again, condition number 1, it's tied to that special exception request. And Again, we recommend that the second floor, middle and west massing elements utilize a running barrel tile coping, and I've included an example of that from a nearby property on Plymouth as well, so that's 306 Plymouth Road. Condition number 4 is just like a good visual litmus test, just when we're reviewing these projects, is to see the facades like a series of bays going from windows to wall space. So as per our additional criteria standard, rhythm of solids to voids, there is a considerable amount of wall space that's on this west facade, and that is a street-facing corner, so we've imposed that condition on having the applicant work with staff to see if it is possible to incorporate an additional window here. And then lastly, condition 7, it's for the proposed barrel tile clad awnings on that south elevation to be constructed out of wood. And I've included an image of 375 Plymouth Road as just an example of that, and that would be subject to staff's review and permitting. We did have the applicant resend courtesy notices, and I think that was an error in my staff report saying that they did not do that. Apologies on that. A public notice of the hearing was also published in the May 16th edition of the Palm Beach Post. As terms of the applicable codes, we have pages 75 and 162 of Secretary of Interior Standards for rehabilitation. And we also have the additional criteria for new construction alterations. And so with that, that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions by the board?
Either the applicant or the staff, is there a section, a building section?
It's not in that. Yeah, I don't think it's part of my presentation, but it may be part of the applicant's submittal. General wall section. But I don't know if it was in the. Yeah.
Yeah, there is no building section in the submittal.
I don't see it, yeah.
I could quickly describe.
Yeah, you can come up to the podium.
Well, okay, so I guess just a couple specifics. So the high point, so I assume it's a flat roof. What's the high point above, like, so if the top of that parapet is 22 feet, what is the high point of the pitched roof? The pitched flat roof?
So see this round structure here in the front, that's the tallest, and that's at 23 feet, and that is simply just a parapet. The whole roof behind that is flat, so there's...
Right, what's the high point of the flat roof?
It will roughly be, my ceiling height is at 19.4, so I'm anticipating roughly a foot, maybe 16 inches for structure, so it should be roughly at, it's going to have to be under, it'll probably be 20 and 20'6", something like that, so we've got enough from the 22 wall height.
Okay.
For, plenty of flashing.
I guess this might go without saying, but the question for staff, based on your conditions, do you feel like this application satisfies the intent of these special exemptions for the wall heights?
Absolutely. Again, the entire premise of this, and staff is in concurrent with what the board initially stated. We want that existing element to remain the most proud visually. And I think that the best way to do that is to incorporate those special exceptions. So, yeah, we're in total support of that request.
And I assume there's no feedback from the neighbors. You said that notices were sent and you haven't heard anything?
We have not received any correspondence from neighboring properties on this. And we did have the applicant, resend that courtesy mailer to include those special exceptions as well. So.
This is more of a general statement. I think that for projects like this, it's really important to have a very graphically clear materials removal plan or demolition plan, whatever you want to call it. Because in this instance, as an example, while I do see the progress that was made since December, there's kind of a little bit more demolition going on than is, I think, graphically depicted in, say, the screen that I have on my screen in terms of the raising of the roof on both the first and second floor. That should be indicated as hash on both of those elevations, and it's not. So you're probably adding about 3 feet to the building height, foot and a half. It's almost like a really good facelift. Like, it looks good. And then you kind of keep looking and you look at the old photo and they're never on the same page. And I don't think that was purposeful. But if you do look at the existing drawn elevation and the proposed elevation, you really see the difference. And it happens in a more youthful appearance of the new construction. And it's just something to note. And I still question the removal of the chimney and some other things. That's probably more reserved for executive session. But while I see the progress that you've made, I still think that there's some, for me, some questionable second floor massing.
Question to the applicant. Are you in agreement with the conditions of approval?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions by the board or comments? Okay, so is there anyone in the public that wish to speak on this case? Mr. Dale Bernater, please. Please state your name and address.
Dale
For the record.
Vernatter, 230 Plymouth Road, West Palm Beach, 33405. 40 years, contributing property. Showed a picture of it earlier. All due respect, the first time we got this notice, I emailed, I called, I followed up with emails. No email back about tonight's meeting, which is fine. I follow the city, I read the notices, but I have, since the first notice, I've inquired about this property. Just hit me. What about the chimney? Some of them noticed the chimney. What was the comment on the chimney? I think is the chimney gone?
Yes.
I'll let staff respond. It appears to me, sir, that the chimney is part of the demolition plan to be removed.
And not to be back. You're not going to put the chimney back.
It wasn't in this latest proposal.
So this is the second contributing house on this street that has had a chimney torn down and not put back, okay? I'm opposed to that. That's ridiculous. How can these historic homes, the only heat they had in 1925, 101 years ago, was the fireplace. And now you're not going to put it back? They look ridiculous without that. And you had another good comment, and I appreciate that. The removal of the old the house across the street from me, 241, 243, not one bit of that house is remaining. It looks just like it did before they started on it, but not one part of that house is existing except for the additional structure. I watch it every day. Now, it looks nice, and for construction, it probably should be the gold standard on Plymouth Road. You're going to have 4 or 5 homes coming before you in the next 2-3 years. And I just want you to be careful. This needs more work. I've tried and tried to get information. I would have many comments, but what can we do? No chimney? Strictly opposed. I'm going to stop it at that. I have other problems with it, but that's the main one. No chimney? Come on, man. The house is 101 years old, and you're doing all this for another foot or so of headroom on the second floor? It's not right. I ask you to do the right thing. I'm not unreasonable. These houses got to be brought to the future. They're beautiful. But most people don't even know this historic district exists. I'd say a lot of our people in this building right now don't know that the Atlanta Historic District exists. And this doesn't make it any better. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to have a rebuttal to that?
We certainly worked through many iterations with staff to make this as historically pleasing as possible while making our best attempt to modernize the home, because like I mentioned, one of our biggest challenges was the ceiling height. And there was portions of that existing second floor that just don't meet today's code. And the rest of it, and I mean, I'm not a very tall guy, but it doesn't take much for me to reach it. So it's very short, and we certainly cannot get any modern mechanical systems in there, ductwork, without really creating a choppy system. I think the original proposal back in December was to keep that original structure the height it was, meaning when you do the addition, the addition is the prominent feature. So that was one of the big bugs we worked out through this iteration was, okay, let's think about this where we can raise both structures and make that historic portion still the historic feature. And I don't want to speak out of terms of the decline here, but I think we were certainly more than willing to make a chimney work somewhere in there that looks reasonable for this addition. I mean, there's no malintent there at all, sir, to remove that historic feature. I think it was just something that just got lost in all of the back and forth, and I don't, certainly not speaking for staff, but I definitely don't think there was any intent to leave it off.
Could I speak again? Yes, sir. No one's asked any of the neighbors what they thought of this project. From the time the sold house.
Sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, your time is up. We can't have this conversation back and forth.
I apologize.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else in the public we should speak on this case? Okay, so seeing none, we move into executive session.
So I don't recall from December, but was the chimney part of the initial demo plan?
Yes.
Do we have those drawings from
No.
December? No. It's a new case, or we continue? Why we don't have a comparison in between the previous version?
Yeah, the earlier case, you might remember it. So basically the entirety of the second floor roof system was turning into a gable that was being hidden by a parapet on the front. So the chimney was being removed as part of that application as well.
We are in executive session, so.
I certainly don't want to. I think I said my concerns about it. I can go on. I think the second floor where they are and I think I said this in December, where they're choosing to put the second floor is much more forward than the existing second floor chimney area, and I guess that's the vertical circuit, that's the existing stair, I think that leads up, but it's further back. And I think it just, to me, I think it just changes the street presence of this structure. Again, I think the, I go back to the analogy of the facelift. It looks good, but it's not the same. It's different. It's newer. It's not as quaint. It's not as charming. I think the massing needs some revision, but I'm just one up here.
I think I definitely think it's an improvement. I don't remember exactly what it was presented, but I think it just on its face, it is a handsome looking proposal. I was getting at the building section because I feel like there's some compromise and some pushback that could be had with the sandwich of the roof structure, parapet height, all those kinds of things. It's just hard to see where that compromise can be gained without having a building section to respond to. And I kind of, I get this, I share your feelings, Mr. Murphy, that I feel like it needs some tweaking a little bit. Apart from the massing, which I think maybe there's some compromise to be made somewhere in here, there's like 3 details, well, I would say 2 details that I think would worth adding as conditions is I think we should retain the curves on the that original parapet wall in the front of the house that kind of swoop down. I think that detail should be retained. I think that's an important part of the street presence of how that looks. I notice on the renderings, and it's not obvious on the proposed, on the renderings there's exterior profiles like on the stucco details of all the windows and doors, and I think those all just need to be removed and retain punched openings, or retain the original window details, because that's a bit of an embellishment that kind of goes a little bit above and beyond the design intent of the original house. And then, we might have lost the chimney, but maybe that's worth putting back even as just like look, and maybe it's not a usable chimney, but keeping it, and it could become a mechanical chase. You could stick exhaust fans in it. Sometimes it's handy for that to clean up the roof penetrations, so maybe that's worthwhile keeping if it's not lost in the raising of everything, the original height. So those are like 3 conditions of details that I think are worth retaining, but I do feel like there's some compromise on the massing to be tweaked. But I'll leave it to my colleagues here to maybe respond to that, how they feel about it.
Yeah, I agree with all of you, or with both of you. I think that the chimney we need to try to make an effort to add it back or to bring it back. I think that maybe the second floor was raised too much, and maybe right now, if you see the front elevation, all the volumes are pretty much at the same height. So maybe there is an opportunity to lower some of them and to make more of an articulation and make it more interesting. And I would agree with the location of the second floor. Maybe can be pushed back a little bit.
The purpose of our role here is not to design the house for them. We're to review the design presented to us. But it seems as though that I think the lock coverage, Anthony, there's still some leeway in the lock coverage so they can increase the ground floor. No? Right. I thought this 27, the zoning legend reads that it has about 3%, so maybe some of the program on the second floor can be transferred to the first floor to lighten the first floor, but I mean, I kind of want to restudy, see the building section, see a progression of December. I think it would go a long way to help the narrative of the applicant to have the existing elevation, tonight's elevation, and then your proposal. The building section, I think, is imperative, and for me, the retention of the massing of the chimney must remain for me, and the second floor, the new construction, needs to be pushed back and lowered.
And I would add that we need also a more clear demolition plan.
Yes, thank you. I absolutely that.
So I guess that we are moving to a continuation of this case.
Looks like it. I do want to throw out just a few things. I'm indifferent to the chimney. I mean, what I find fascinating is over the time when we have a continuation like this, the design just gets exponentially better. So that's exciting. I'm excited to see what this is going to look like. But one thing that we did miss on, I like it, we didn't discuss the French doors in the front, leading out to the balcony. I think it's pretty. I'm just one person up here, but it's something that we just kind of glossed on over. So if we're all in support of that, that's great. Otherwise, it's the right time to adjust what we see on there. And also, too, I mean, it is worth noting, neighbors having this input is fantastic, and I like that, but also there's a fine line of putting the input on what your neighbor is financially spending on their investment. So there's a fine line of, recognizing that as well. So I do want to put it out there that all these people here that are doing some fantastic things to these homes, kudos to you, and it's your big financial investment, so, we're here to help. Thanks.
I think you said some really spot-on things, particularly about the engagement, particularly about the terrace, the activation of the terrace, I think was brought up last month. And again, that's to the point, the existing south elevation should show that area as being demolition, because the existing condition, which is, the existing photographs are very small in the package and it's hard to see, but that's not an active terrace. So they are activating that, which is, a different character. Maybe not even necessary considering the huge second floor terrace they're proposing in the rear of the structure. But iterations before a design commission, I certainly hope always improve the product. Otherwise, it really shines a spotlight on us, or what are we doing?
Well, to that, I think, to that case of the terrace, I think it might, if there was any exploratory demo or probing that could be done to see if that was windows original or if there was doors. I kind of find it hard to believe that it wasn't an active terrace at some point. Maybe it wasn't, but it would behoove the applicant to maybe double check any of the original, where any of the original openings were, because that kind of helps our decision-making process.
And to make sure that area supports it too, the load.
Well, of course, I think there's some structural modifications that are going to happen regardless, based on what they're proposing. Of course, that goes back to sort of the building section comment. It's like, I think we can kind of wrap our heads around the scope of not only in plan and in elevation, but in the actual sandwiches of how everything is going together.
And then, at least for me, the working with staff closely to find a solution that was, I think there were these special exceptions. If I understand it enough, I'm fine with that. It's more the other things that I'm not fine, that I'm having problems with.
Yeah,
The height of the wall, I'm like, that's not the issue. But I appreciate the working with staff coming up with a solution that's zoning compliant. Obviously, that we appreciate that.
Okay, did we give you enough information to continue this for another month?
I believe so. I guess maybe I just clarify a little bit on the demo. So what's not clear is particularly the demo, for example, you'd like to see the hatching come down to here, showing
Oh,
that opening's being made.
Everything that's being demolished.
Yeah, we need a floor plan, and
There's floor plans.
but also we need a before and after, on elevations.
So here's like,
Oh,
here's the existing and then the proposed second floor side by side. This wall is what's getting removed. That wall staying, this wall staying, that wall staying. This is where that terrace is. The footprint is staying. Obviously, we're raising it up to create the railing for the terrace, but.
But technically, that roof is being higher, correct?
Correct.
So so what I would say that on this,
Well,
that would be all hatched because you're raising the roof on the first floor. And then when we switch to the elevation, you're turning a window, you've pochade the window accurate that it's being removed, but that would be as if you're just replacing the window. You're changing the door size. You're changing the opening size from a window to a door.
Correct.
So therefore, the knee wall or the portion below the sill should be hashed, pochade equally, as well as the additional foot of the elevation of the first floor that you're raising, and conversely, and also the second floor that you're raising. No?
well, the main, no, I definitely agree. It could be more clear on the elevation, but I think that this is a little bit of an unknown until some exploratory work goes on there, because the ceiling height, once you go into this space, I'll go to the first floor, it varies. So this is actually the highest part of the ceiling here, which at the end of the day would more than likely remain. So depending on if the structure's substantial enough to handle, today's code, in theory that would all stay. So maybe we wouldn't demo it, but we would certainly put something on top of it to, to make it a terrace. So right now, I think it's just a TPO flat roof right up there right now. So you'd have to do some modifications there for waterproofing and whatnot. But the biggest area of the ceiling that's getting raised is the second floor. Right now, we're proposing, like I said, the first floor varies from 8 feet to 8'7" to almost 9 feet. So our goal is to hit 9 feet on the first floor, which will be consistent throughout. Once all the structure's cleaned up, there's no doubt the existing roof system over here is going to go away because it's going to be supporting a new second floor. So we've got to address that. But the big add to the height is on the second floor. Right now, there's areas less than, like I said, it's less than 6'8" in certain areas. And most of the areas are just about under 7. And by the time we do the addition the right way and make the right modifications, I don't think there's any. I think the ceiling joists were, either 2x6 or 2x8. So by no means would that, maybe in certain areas we could keep it, but where we're doing substantial renovations, we're going to need at least, depending on the span, 2x12, something more substantial. And that doesn't even solve the issue with trying to get ductwork and lights and all that, everything else in there. So, our goal was to just raise the structure, not only raise the ceiling height, but give us enough dimension in there to allow for all the mechanicals, to allow for a ceiling structure and a floor structure that meets today's code. It's not bouncy when you're walking on it. It's almost like a trampoline when you're up there. So we know it's not right.
So I think the question of the board, because we're an hour now into this, is do you understand what they want from you when this comes back?
Yeah, I'd say the demo clear up. The big thing was the massing on the elevations in general, and I guess the chimneys it's unclear on that exactly, but we could try to incorporate something if that's going to move the needle.
Yeah, the comment is to try to incorporate the chimney back, right? All right, can I have a motion to continue, please?
I motion to approve for 1 month the matter to the June 23rd. Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. The case continues to next month. Next case is a continuation case, HPB 25-89, 212 Dyer Road.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jack Rice. I'm with the law firm of Gunster Yoakley. I'm here with Russell Rosicki of Design Architects, and this is 212 Dyer Road. It's the residence of Brian Yor as well as Bill White. In front of you, you have a rendering of the property, basically showing the after state. I was previously before you in February. Since then, we've met with staff and incorporated some design changes, and we're happy to be here tonight with recommendation of approval. But to kind of go through the background, you'll see right here, the property is on the south side of Dyer Road near the intersection of South Flagler Drive. It is one of 4 contributing properties on this side of the block of Dyer, and it is part of the El Cid Historic District. It was constructed in 1940. It's a minimal traditional architectural style. We all know that's kind of post-war, so no frills to minimize cost, not loss. I do have a quote right after that that I'll get to in some later slides of my presentation, but long story short, one of the older historic guidelines for the cities, the 2005 historic guidelines, they state that even with these minimal traditional architecture styles, some exterior reference to earlier styles was used, especially colonial revival. It was often seen. And again, that's from the 2005 version of the city's historic preservation design guidelines. I know it doesn't bind the board by any means, but I think it's important to reference for reasons you'll find out in later slides. Prominent features of the property are it's got asphalt shingles, gable roofs, or of this style rather, corner sash windows, asymmetry, as well as curved vents on the gables. On this property in particular, there were some alterations and additions that were actually approved in October of 2004, before the property was contributing. So this was done when the property was a non-contributing structure. And these include the removal of an entry on the west facade and the replacement with a window, as well as the relocation of the entrance on the north facade and the construction of a covered entrance porch. And Anthony's got some photos of essentially the earliest documentation we have of the property in your packets. What was interesting, though, is when we really kind of dived in to figure out the background of the porch, because that was a topic of some of your discussion earlier this year. We found that in June 2008, when the property was actually designated as contributing when, as a part of the resurvey of El Cid, what you're seeing here is essentially the report on the property. And when it comes to the explanation of significance, it does say that, the basic form of this property is minimal traditional, but it found that that front entry porch that was reminiscent of the colonial revival tradition was one of the reasons it found this property to be significant. And it noted, echoing back to what I read from the design guidelines earlier, that owners of these ranch and minimal traditional homes used details to give their homes an architectural pedigree. It also commented on the asymmetry, the garage off to the side, and that was set back was a later addition. You'll see down here where we talk about the architectural features. One of them that we found that we had not discussed previously was these inverted ziggurat capitals on the actual entrance to the property on those columns, as well as the arched louvered vents. And so we kind of took this information and brought it to staff and had a discussion of the property as it exists, and also tried to kind of get documentation of what the property looked like after that porch was added. So what you're just looking at right now is this is the November 2007, and we can see that front porch has been added. It's pretty unclear because it's Google Earth, but this is where those ziggurat capitals are located at the base of these columns. So this is the certificate of appropriateness and overall description of the changes. I'm not going to go through all of the details, but the main structure of the addition is set back about 18 feet. It's 20% smaller, and the second floor garage addition is about 12% smaller, and it's set back 6 feet from the front facade of the garage. Since February, we've met with staff. We've reviewed all of the iterations that Russ has gone through internally with staff to just look at the different options in front of us and really drill down on some of the elements that were of concern. And we're confident that what we have in front of you tonight is the best version of all of these, as well as the method to address them. When it comes to the changes at the main structure, you'll see we've preserved those existing wooden porch columns with the ziggurat capitals that were noted when the property was added to be contributing. We've lowered the overall roof height some more. That Palladian window has been replaced with a very minimal triplet of sash windows and a segmental arch transom. This and that balconette were also substantially reduced in scale, composition, and prominence to really kind of make them not stand out portions of the property. However, they are kind of those mixed architectural details that we heard the earlier board cite to in 2008 at the time of the redesignation. We've also tried to remove all of the unnecessary details or embellishments from the property, including the light fixtures. There were some flower pots that had been added, and I don't remember if that was shown to you or if it was just an internal iteration, but really to strip it down and keep it with that minimal traditional vernacular. And then as far as the garage addition, we reduced the second story eave height as well as the overall building height to make sure it appeared as subordinate. We revised the fenestration. We lowered the light fixture, and that depth of the second story addition was reduced further, so it would be set back even more from the existing garage. Again, we're happy this evening that we have a recommendation of approval. In terms of the surrounding building analysis, essentially what the code says when you look at it is there's different aspects of the criteria where it says that you look to different reference points. Importance here is when it talks about surrounding buildings, it says that height, when you're looking at height, that the surrounding buildings govern. And those are the properties that are adjacent to, across the street, and on either side of the property. We know that when we look to those surrounding buildings, the non-contributing structures are not valid reference points. So here, the only surrounding buildings that are actually reference points that I'll go over in the next slides are actually two-floor buildings. Here we have 220, and here we have 211 Dyer, and 209. Sorry, 206. And with that, I will hand it to Russ to go through the site plan as well as the plans themselves.
Thank you, Jack. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Russell Rosicki, architect. Jack did a wonderful job explaining a lot of those changes. I just want to bring into perspective again, the addition over the garage is just about 70 feet setback from the front lot line. Our addition for the second floor is strategically located over a load-bearing wall after the first gable original historic roof line ends. The new addition begins. We tidied up on a lot of different things. The slide will notate it, but I'll just quickly mention it. I think a lot of this is with minimal traditional refinement in mind. So windows became smaller in height and width. Faux railing became very narrow, almost string-like, very lightweight, whereas previously it was wider, taller, more pronounced. We went back to the ziggurat base and capital, which are on the home, for the basis of preservation, because that was where it gains its significance, as Jack had mentioned. We dropped the eave height for the second floor addition roof in comparison to the primary, which you see noted here. Like he mentioned, we removed some fixtures and detail. I'd still like to point out, while the existing historic home had the half-round louvered vents at the gable ends, as you see, we're keeping those and restoring them currently today. They're covered with plywood and closed up. At the second story gable ends that appear on the front addition, those are slotted end vents so that we have a similar but different appearance, but performing the same function of cross ventilation of the upper attic. Our insulation in this attic is lay-in or blown-in insulation over the ceiling, so it will perform for cross ventilation. We also revised the fenestration, the double window, A lot of these shutters that you're seeing, just so you know, they're paired. So when it looks like they don't exactly cover a window, that's because in duplicate, they would look the same, but they're just stacked. So they're hinged to each other. So the windows were made smaller in height, the sill height reduced. You see a substantial stepping between the head height on the second story windows down to the head height above the addition at the garage. We reduced the height of other elements to, again, bring the verticality down. I'll just also mention in Anthony's staff report, thank you for being so detailed. He made a comparison of kind of beginning, middle, and end, or where we are today, of kind of that front elevation. I also want to note that the second floor addition, at our own discretion, we inset that back so that it's 18 inches step back from the original single-story roof element behind the garage, making it further distinguished from original architecture, although not street-facing. This side view, you can see kind of where that original roof stops, and you get a full read on that before that second story starts. The side elevation above the garage, again, you're seeing the inset at the back, the inset at the front. We have a slotted end vent where they meet and merge, and we have alignment of windows from second to first and vice versa, while we keep the strip of the roof apparent, distinguishing between old and new. On this elevation and previous iterations, we preserved multiple windows that originally were removed. This home uniquely, although minimal traditional, it had a quantity of windows that I would say it was a luxurious minimal traditional to start. So we restored a lot of those windows with staff's request.
So we've got 3 minutes. I'll try to go through all the criteria as quickly as possible. I'm just going to really quickly hit on how we're addressing them. So the former and proposed use of the property will remain single family. We've made sure that the existing structure is distinguishable from the addition, and that those character defining features that you heard earlier this evening that have been retained. There's no conjectural features proposed. The proposed design does embody that historic context that you heard me refer to in both the old guidelines as well as when the property was relisted, as those mixed details that were used to give homes an architectural pedigree. This historically significant structure is maintained, including its front porch. Although it was listed as although it was not original, it was listed as the significant character defining feature in the 2008 resurvey, which added the property as contributing. The existing home is being kept. There's no deteriorating existing historic features being replaced. We're not anticipating any chemical or physical treatments such as sandblasting, nor are we anticipating to bump into any archaeological resources. However, if we find them, we'll certainly stop work. The original structure remains distinguishable. The proposed roof line does maintain that subordinate scale of the garage, and the second story addition is located behind the existing ridge line at all points of the structure. The proposed addition could be removed. The form and integrity of the original historic structure will remain. The purpose of this historic district is to promote, the zoning district is to promote compatible additions, including within a pattern of large lots that are primarily two-story with some one-story building. Once again, the additions behind the ridge, there's no change to the orientation. The landscape does complement the proposed addition. The addition, once again, is smaller and subordinate to the original structures at both spots. And the design styles are consistent with that existing minimal traditional style, as well as the surrounding properties. The fenestration of the addition is also consistent with the original structure. The rhythm of solids to voids is consistent. The addition does not change the street line and maintains the existing relationship of buildings along the block. The proposed materials match the existing structure and its condition, and the roof of the addition is consistent with the existing roof shape. The addition does respect that existing building. We've heard me go back and forth a couple different times now on how it is both subordinate and set back from the ridge. And with that, if you have any questions, please let us know. And actually, I'll hand it over to Anthony.
If I could just, we're done. Oh. So Yeah, I just want to make one last comment. The green design exception that we're requesting is 2.3%, not the 3% mentioned in the staff report. Yeah, just wanted to say.
Thank you. Can we have a staff report, please?
All right, Anthony Mendez again for the record, speaking as a case manager for HPB 2589. This is a request for a second-story addition to that existing property in El Cid, property address 212 Dyer Road. Application was last heard in February. The board expressed concerns over the complexity of the roof, garage massing, and the implementation of conjectural features such as the Palladian window that was originally proposed. The board did continue this to allow the applicant time to bring this request into historic preservation standards. The information presented before you all last February, I've attached the current photographs of the property just being in the El Cid Historic District, listed locally and in the NRHP. The property is associated with that second period of significance of El Cid, that's 1930 to 1944. And just prominent, again, features of this property include the asphalt shingles, the gable roofs, the corner 6/6 sash windows, the asymmetry. Generally speaking, it is zoned SF14C3, short for Historic Single Family High Density Residential Context 3. This was surveyed in the early 1990s, and this was deemed non-contributing. However, per the 2007 and 2009 resolution, this is now a contributing property in the minimal traditional style. In 2004, this property did receive COA approval while it was a non-contributing property for the removal of that primary entrance and the relocation of it to create a porch addition. And the relisting expressed the inclusion of that porch addition as reminiscent of a colonial revival tradition per that redesignation report. The redesignation report also notes that the owners of ranch and minimal traditional properties used architectural details to amplify the architectural pedigree. Staff finds that the applicant's revisions since the February meeting are more consistent with the minimal traditional architectural style, and I'll be swift in just sort of going through the architectural drawings, just showing the contrast from February to right now, starting with the primary facade. South elevation, that's towards the rear, east elevation, west elevation, showing the floor plans, the roof plans, and then credit to Dr. Rosicki and just pointing out the previous additions to the rear. And that's where the currently proposed second-story addition is going to be situated. And then in our ZLDR review, it just confirms quantitative compliance with that, with section 9482. I'll mention the current nonconformity for cumulative site setback. I'll explain on the ensuing slide. But there is another nonconformity for lot coverage, and that measures the building footprint. That will not be increased, and the applicant is requesting a special exception bonus to get that additional percentage to their maximum lot coverage, and it's through the green building standards at section 9485F. I've included a screenshot of the applicant's green building standards in this slide. It's also in my staff report. And since this is a bonus that staff does not have the authority to grant, it is worth it to have that as a point of discussion during executive session. And the current cumulative site setback, that's an existing nonconformity. It's currently at 14.5 feet. 20 feet would be required. The applicant has demonstrated that second-story addition currently complies with our city's current ZLDRs. You have the surrounding properties. In this case, all of them are contributing. They're along Dyer Road. And staff finds that the applicant's revisions since the February meeting are again more consistent with that minimal traditional architectural style. It improves the overall scale and massing and composition of this structure. Staff did express concerns regarding the previous fenestration design for that second floor's central bay, particularly that Palladian window and just that false balconette. We did express that the last time this case was heard, and it was just overly formal. Staff determined that introducing one so prominent towards the front facade could create that false sense of historical development. It was contrary to the Secretary of Interior Standard Number 3, and then staff worked with the applicant ever since this case was last heard to remove that Palladian window as in proposal for that segmental arch transom. The balconette has also been reduced in scale to go from 5 bays to 3 bays to make it a little bit more diminutive. And although arch top transoms weren't as common in minimal traditional resources, that front porch addition does provide some context for that mix and mash of architectural elements, and we find this current proposal not to be conjectural. And as for the facade for the garage, just focusing on the February submittal, the design did improve with the lowering of the eaves, the removal of the decorative gable, the lowering of the windowsill. We did recommend going back to that January window configuration of having the pairs. May submittal further reduces that second story eave height, and the overall building height is revised in that fenestration going, and includes that pair of 4/4 as opposed to 6/6 that was initially proposed back in January. We find that these modifications reduce that prominence and make the garage addition a little bit more subservient. And in light of staff working with the applicant, and we've addressed a lot of the concerns, we are recommending approval of conditions before you this evening, some of which are generic. As for the ad valorem, this can be viewed as more of further instructions, and it gives us clear directions as to how we as staff can facilitate this benefit. And I'll elaborate a little bit more on the specific conditions here. It's just verifying the proposed siding has the same dimensions as the existing siding at the time of building permit. So the applicant could create additional annotation on their elevation drawings or provide a separate detail drawings calling this out. We may require photographs showing that existing measurement for the siding. Condition number 3, again, that's pretty standard, but shutters are a character-defining feature for a lot of historic properties, and that's just regardless of their style and location. The staff understands that shutters may be a little bit more decorative nowadays, but they should at least resemble at least appear as if they can operate just to preserve the integrity of their usage. The applicant can either call this out or provide a separate detail drawing. And as for condition 6, we've noted that the elevation drawing, the applicant is proposing for new cedar, and we see this also in the rendering, and we're recommending a weathered gray in lieu of that new cedar siding. Applicable codes are Secretary of Interior standards and the additional criteria for new construction alteration. With that, that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez.
Yeah.
Questions by the board?
Thank you for both applicant and staff for the very thorough presentation. In the 2008 designation, does the designation report call out the roof?
I don't believe it calls out the roof.
In 2008, what color was the roof? And what was the material?
You can pull it up if you'd like.
The image is actually November 2007. It looks like it's a gray.
Okay, thank you.
If you want to.
Could you put the conditions back up, please?
Sure. And Mr. Murphy, to answer your question, it was asphalt shingles per the redesignation for LSID. Yeah.
I just have one thought-provoking question, because as we move to the next spot, everyone's going to be talking about it. It's for Mr. Rizeki. So the question is, just thought-provoking, you have a really pretty balcony in the front that we're going to discuss. That's not to the master. The master is behind it, leading towards the pool. Was there any thought going into putting the balconies out towards the pool as opposed to the front, which is not really utilized for the main primary?
Yes, there was thought to that. Thank you for asking. So being that the home has a colonial revival indication and designation, or at least influence with its minimal traditional designation, and that having been since prior approved, I don't want to say commonly, but let's say featurely, revival structures have faux balconies. Florida British colonials have faux balconies. I think when we talk about and obviously this is almost like string-like appearance, because we're talking about the width of a 2x4, and when you're seeing from perspective from the ground, I find it to be very minimal, well understated. Honestly, I don't even think with the ridgeline and the perceiving from eye level that it's even within line of sight. So to me, it does make a gestural approach to its coastal proximity, and being in Florida, being colonial influenced, whether it be minimal traditional or not, does lend way to having this element, and my client specifically requested it, really likes it, enjoys it. It's a romantic aspect, but to go to your question specifically, we did consider this balcony rear facing. He likes the gestural, he as in my client, likes the gestural romantic aspect of it in an understated manner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, is anyone in the public that wish to speak on this case? Okay, seeing none, we move to executive session.
I'll just keep this straightforward. I don't want to, I feel like I could get into the merits of the 2008 porch being considered a worthwhile. I would disagree that that has any merit to continue and be referenced, but I'm going to leave that aside. My main hangup is all the gables on the front, and I think I've said this pretty consistently. I think there needs to be no more gables on the front besides what's existing. And until that roof line is cleaned up, I don't think I would be in support of this design. If there was just a straight eave, I think this would, every other elevation looks fine. I just think the front is very confused in its hierarchy, and that second story addition needs to be much more diminutive. And it's not a dimensional issue, it's not a detail issue, it's a massing issue.
I agree. I don't think the massing of the addition is compatible with the minimal traditional house typology that's being put on top of. I think when you look at the footprint of the second floor addition, it's not relating. Yes, it's pushed back from the original house. Yes, it's pushed in a little bit. It's offset, but I don't think that it's subservient, because when you look at the original spans and the original ridge lines of the one-story house, you're looking at spans of, maybe 20 feet. But at the second floor addition, now we have a basically a rectangle, right, with decorative elements put on the front of it and a flat roof. And I think that that's problematic. I think it's problematic in terms of how the house will be read when you take this street view and go to the corner of the property and look at it at an angle. You're looking at a big mass, a block, and you can read the flat roof. It's deceptive in elevation, I would say. But the reality of it is you're adding a very substantial footprint in width and depth on top of a historic structure that was not originally designed that way. And I think the proportion of the addition in plan is going to be read as such three-dimensionally, and I agree that I have big concerns about the massing of the addition. I think it needs to be scaled back. I would want it to be simplified. I would want there to be a true ridge achieved on that mass, and I don't think that it would read so. I think it overpowers the original house in a way that the style of the original house can't take. And I would also say that I think it's also problematic that the second floor addition spans nearly the entire width of the house. If you look at the other references of contributing structures that are two-story on Dyer, most of those have one-story element. There's a one-story garage element, or the second floor is a third of the street facade of the house. Here we're going, yes, it's pushed back, but we're still going across the full width of it in a way that doesn't really feel natural to the original style, I would say.
I think those comments, I agree with those, and I think a lot of those comments came up when these came before, and I think with the scope of the addition, I don't know if we've really pushed back overall. I think we've made that. I would agree with you, but this being the third time it's come back with very little massing changes, I just want to be clear.
Can you please speak to this?
This being like the third time it's come back with very little massing changes, I wanted to underscore, I just think, the second story is a big box. There's no hiding it. And overemphasizing with all these extra gables is not helping the situation. So yes, I agree with everything you said, but that's just underscoring. I think the front, it looks like the same house is put on top of itself, and that just doesn't read as something that would be.
Yeah, I think removing the two decorative gables from the front of the second floor addition would help, because it would reduce the visual impact of that addition on, the parts of the facade that are original.
I agree also. I think that I've said it the first time that we saw this case, that an addition to a historic structure doesn't have to, have to be differentiated also from the original structure. And here we are not differentiating anything; we are replicating.
We're replicating an element that was added in 2008.
Correct.
Which I would, again, not argue is irrelevant to the historic nature of the house.
So there are houses where we have additions where, for example, siding on the original home and stucco on the addition, or gables in the original and hip roof on the addition to differentiate it. And here we are trying to replicate the original home on the second floor. And that is one of the issues.
I think that if the street facade of the second floor was articulated in a similar way to the rear facade, it would be more successful, because it would be more secondary and subservient to the
I agree,
facade.
and I think that's a comment I made last. You can almost rotate this thing 180 degrees. All this fun stuff on the front, I feel like that would be perfectly appropriate on a garden facade. Like, you could rotate the whole articulation 180 degrees and it would be more successful. And I agree.
I appreciate the reduction of the Palladian entrance on the second floor guest bedroom. I still have issue with that, which is less surgical than my colleagues are mentioning, but I just wanted to add that, as well as the discordant railing styles, unless the ground floor is changing to the Chippendale from the vertical pickets. I think that one should be chosen. And then I think the roof should be a gray color. And I know that's more minor than what my colleagues just mentioned. And I do want to say that I think that it's a really interesting idea that Caleb brought up again about the rotation. And now that I see it, I can't unsee it. It's a really smart idea about, and I completely understand how that would differentiate it more successfully.
So I think that we are heading to a continuation. I think we have one more continuation possible.
Yeah, you have one more.
I'm sorry, can you elaborate on that? The code has a certain
bylaws, your bylaws.
So our bylaws does, yeah,
Your
it has
bylaws.
explicit language
That
saying
you
that
can
the board-
continue it
one more time.
3
It's been
times.
continued
And
twice
you
already.
continue it twice.
without approving or denying it.
Correct. The applicant can ask as many continuances as they want, but the board can only continue
Have
3.
conversation so that we don't have to go through this again and he doesn't have to go through it again. Like, clearly, if we've brought up the massing multiple times and it hasn't changed, then maybe there's a reason why that should be discussed. Is that possible?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to wish to speak? And I mean, again, we kept making these comments over and over, right? So I know that you are kind of married and like this design, but we have an issue with it.
Yeah, it's not, and thank you for mentioning that. And I heard your comments loud and clear, as did Jack, as did Anthony, and we all had conversations and meetings about it. The situation as it is, we can't control the past, right, in terms of what was approved, historically speaking, why this home was designated, why it says it has influence of colonial revival architecture. So when we talk about the quantity of gables on this home versus the quantity of gables on our addition, I respect the board members' comments on the idea of removing those front-facing gables. I've explored that. I've done that design for my client. He is not happy with the way that looks. At the same time, I've made renderings, Photoshops, and things of that nature. We were, requested to keep in character with the colonial influence as to why he bought the home, which is also consistent with the reason why this home was designated as very clearly and abundantly written in that staff report at the time or when it was designated, and subsequently when the project to relocate the portico was approved. But that said, the quantity of gables on the second floor addition are far less than the quantity of gables on the existing home. I find it to be complementary in character with the home. I think running a straight roof line would be out of character. I do understand the reasoning of differentiation. I think new architecture to historic structures should be in harmony. They should be harmonious. I think running a straight roof line as a monolithic run breaks that harmony. So there's a question of architectural character that I think you guys have your judgments and opinions, and I have my own. But I'll let Jack speak to this.
So I was just going to say, the conversations with our client have mostly been focused on changing that Palladian window to the transom and shrinking down that balconette as much as possible. And I think we've done a good job of that, especially when you look at the renderings, of making it more consistent with a traditional minimal architecture, and then essentially that railing really does disappear. With regard to the gables and some of the massing, we did sit down with staff and go over multiple iterations, some of which included these changes to the gables that you guys are asking for this afternoon or this evening. And I think, I don't want to speak for staff, but staff was in agreement with us that they were just not appealing and did not look consistent. I don't know if staff wants to speak to that, or if necessary, we can come to you all and show you what some of these things you're looking or talking about look like on the board, so to speak, because we did kind of, at least when we sat down, collectively thought that it was not consistent with the board's desire or the secretary's guidelines.
What about reducing the massing, though?
We've tried reducing the massing as much as possible. That's actually why we shifted in that rear by, I think it's like a foot or 18 inches. And then, let me just put up my own plans, I'm sorry. So you'll see here, it's already pretty inset on the west side, and then we also tried to reduce the massing even further on the rear. Let me see where it's shown. There you go. We have tried in earnest everything we could do to shift the massing here and reduce it as much as possible, including dropping the roof as much as possible. I think the latest iteration drops at 8 inches, and that's as far as we could drop it without running into issues with the header.
I mean, I feel like what I'm hearing here is that you guys are more concerned about, from the street side, how it feels like the second story is almost like feels bigger than the initial home. Is that
yeah,
what you're saying?
it's the original, before they added the the low slope roof in the back, the original house, which was like an L shape. Mm-hmm. What is remaining of that is diminutive compared to the footprint of the addition that's being put on top of it. Mm-hmm. If you look at the east elevation, you can see it. You have the little house, original house in the front, and you have the really overscaled addition in the back. And I think that's it's just for me it's stylistically not harmonious with the original,
I do want to make clear that the actual structure that was determined to be conforming or contributing here, and that is a final decision of the board that's irreversible, is that structure with both the front porch addition as well as that rear addition.
Is that true?
Yeah. So when the district was originally surveyed, it was generally only surveyed for like 1920s properties, as those had become up to 50 years old, which is our minimum threshold. So this property was non-contributing at the time the front porch was put on and the side porch removed. It was designated as contributing after that during the resurvey. And when the surveyors identified the property, they named the front porch as a character defining feature and part of the contributing status of the property. Whether that should have happened, I don't know, but it is, it is part of our recorded survey record.
Okay.
What are some of the board members' thoughts about the removal of one of the gables on the second floor facing the street, the elimination of the balcony in its entirety, front facing, the elimination of the access to a balcony, so it's just a window, and the roof to be gray? What I'm getting at is I'm willing to I don't think they're going to change the massing as we are going to direct, and we're going to be in an unfortunate scenario next month. So I'm proposing kind of a different way to skin this cat.
I will also propose to remove the detailing of the gables also. So I agree to keep probably the gable on the center, right above.
Same with me.
Right, and then remove the other one, but also reduce the detailing of that gable.
Right. I'm trying to formulate an approval that may be what we want, and the applicant may not want that, and then it's on them. But I don't want to be in opposition by board members, but the removal.
No, I think that, you know, you can make a motion and see what happened and we can vote, you know. But I agree that.
We're at the point where we need to make some sort of motion.
Correct.
I'll jump in. I'll try to do this, unless the applicant wants a deferral. Okay. I motion to approve I'm sorry, I'm getting there. This is also for ad valorem tax exemptions? Yeah. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number HPB 25-89, COA-000384-2025 at 212 Dyer Road for alterations and additions and ad valorem tax exemption in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent, substantial evidence. Mr. Mendez, what page is the conditions on in the memo?
7.
Or maybe pull up the screen.
Seven conditions, 7 additional.
I appreciate that. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, and the additional compatibility criteria set forth in 9449 of the city zoning and land development regulations. The conditions include the following 7 conditions identified in the staff recommendation, with the additional condition number 8, that the proposed that the eastern gable be eliminated on the second floor, that the window configuration in the second floor street facing gable be not approved and presented with staff as a single window with shutters. Obviously, the balcony be eliminated in its entirety, and the roof is, that stays the same. So condition 8 would be the elimination of the easternmost, right? East, is that east?
Yeah.
Not the central gable. The easternmost gable. Condition 9 would be the reconfiguration of the remaining gable on the second floor be eliminated to a single window, size commensurate with the bedroom window also on the second floor street facing, and the balcony be eliminated its entirety. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Case approved with the conditions. Congratulations. Now we move on to new business. first case of new business is 8.1, CRC 26-03 Downtown Master Plan Update.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Babin. I'm the City Urban Designer in the Planning Division. I actually was here in front of you early in the year to give you a very brief update of what we were working on that is related to updating the downtown master plan regulations. Since February of 2025, we have been working with Siskovich on doing a comprehensive update of the downtown master plan. This update establishes a 25-year vision for the downtown, and Code Revision Case Number 2603 brings forward those recommendations, particularly to the Article 4, which are the regulations that apply to development in the downtown master plan area. In the map here, you can actually see what we consider the downtown master plan area, which is everything that is inside the orange dotted line. But this, I do want to clarify that these text amendments do not include any changes to the historic preservation provisions. Yet the proposed changes to Article 4 do include changes to the section 94.128, which are related to the Northwest Neighborhood District. And as you are aware of, this district is also designated historic. The actual area that is designated historic, the Northwest District, the Northwest Neighborhood District in this map, as you can see, is all in blue. And what is actually designated as historic is within the boundaries of that line in blue inside the district, which is the reason why we're here. We are here to present to you the recommendations proposed for the Northwest Neighborhood District, which will shape the future development that comes in through this particular district. As part of the process, we're going through all the different boards. We actually presented to the Downtown Action Committee on May 13 the entire Article 4, not only this district, but everything outside of this district too. They did recommended approval with a final vote of 7-0. We are also planning to go to Planning Board in July, and eventually to City Commission, which will be the one that has the authority of approving this revision case number. So I'm gonna leave it out to Siskovich to actually guide you through the recommendations that are being proposed for the Northwest Neighborhood District.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Daris Avila with Siskovich. So as part of the public engagement process that we've had through this process of the Downtown Master Plan update, we've had over 50 meetings total. That includes steering committee meeting, mayor and city commissioners, public engagement, stakeholders, et cetera. And that includes a significant amount of meetings that we've had with the community, the historic Northwest neighborhood community. Through this, we've had CRA meetings, walking tours, community workshops, and pop-up outreach events over the course of more than 1 year, as Claudia had mentioned. So the recommendations are organized around 4 main topics that we've heard throughout this entire process of public engagement that we've had. First, preserving the neighborhood character and historic identity. Second, creating more attainable and affordable housing opportunities. Third, improving the public realm, the streets, trees, and open space. And the fourth topic that we've heard was supporting opportunities for home ownership and reinvestment in the neighborhood. So this first section that we're gonna walk you through, it's talking about how can we maintain the neighborhood character and the historic identity. So one of the most important findings that we had while doing the existing condition analysis is that the historic Northwest District already contains a wide range of residential housing, including single family and multifamily uses. So 46% of the Northwest neighborhood are residential use. And And also we've had a range of religious institutions, schools, office, commercial, vacant, a big portion of the neighborhood has 19% of vacant land, among other uses and preservation initiatives that we have seen throughout the neighborhood as well. So this slide is important because we start seeing the actual conditions already present in the neighborhood today. We see a lot of duplexes, single-family homes, stacked triplexes, multiplex, ADU units. So many of the buildings are historic or long-established parts of the neighborhood fabric. So what you're gonna be seeing later throughout the presentation, it's emphasizing that we're not changing the existing character of the neighborhood. We're trying to create compatibility with what is existing in the neighborhood, which is this typology of housings that you're seeing here. One of the biggest issues that we identified while doing this analysis is that many of the existing multifamily buildings exceed what the current zoning allows you to do in this neighborhood. So that creates a disconnect between the code and the actual neighborhood fabric that we're seeing. So as a result, many buildings become legal non-conforming, reinvestment becomes more difficult, and housing flexibility is limited. So this is one of the stronger drivers behind the approach that we have for these new zoning changes that we're doing in the neighborhood. So let's look at what we're seeing right now. So within the historic core of the neighborhood, which is mostly this historic area boundary of the district, it's categorized as NWD RC1. This zoning category generally limits density to 14 dwelling units per acre and limits height to roughly 2 to 3 stories, depending on the lot size. So many of the small lots that effectively caps the development to approximately 2 units per acre with the existing zoning that we have in place. But what we're seeing, as you saw in the previous slide, is that the existing neighborhood fabric already has units that are 5 to 9 units, sometimes 10 or more units within one lot. So there are also lot coverage limitations that many existing historic structures already exceed today. So the issue is that the zoning no longer reflects what we're seeing in the neighborhood historic development pattern. This is an example of how this is currently happening throughout the neighborhood. So in these cases, buildings that currently contain 4 to 8 units only will allow approximately 2 units under today's zoning regulation. So this creates the situation that many long-standing buildings are technically over the permitted density, even though they're already part of a fabric that already allows or contains more than 4 to 5, 8 units, as we saw before. So the strategy is fundamentally preservation first. We want to make sure that we encourage more compatible homes where appropriate, that we protect historic structures, and that we direct reinvestment on vacant and non-historic lots. The zoning is intended to create incentives for preservation by allowing flexibility when historic structures are retained. And what I mean by that is that, for example, a preserved historic structure may not count toward the FAR or density calculations when doing the new development. This creates an opportunity for compatibility infill, but also reinvestment. So in terms of zoning strategy, we've created 3 character areas when we're looking at the neighborhood. We have the core, the transition, and the edge. The core remains the neighborhood interior and the historic low-scale residential character of the neighborhood. The transition areas are the gentle buffer areas between the core, what we're seeing here, the core, and the edge area, which usually happen along major streets and perimeter areas. What we want to highlight is that if you look at the map on the left, this is what we have existing as a base. So the core, which is the black boundary that you see on the map, currently doesn't have no more than 3 stories. So it goes from 24 feet to 32 feet, depending on the lot size. What we're proposing, which is the same boundary that you're seeing on the existing, also does not allow more than 3 stories within the same boundary or core area and transition area that we're seeing. The difference is that we are creating more flexibility related to density, where we're changing or increasing the density for 14 dwelling units per acre to 21 and 28, depending on the area. So this will increase the neighborhood multifamily character and opportunities for reinvestment. The height, or where we're seeing a little more flexibility on height, are on the targeted higher areas along major corridors. And then in some areas, we have limited 4 stories in selected places where existing code currently allows. And this is to encourage ground floor retail uses along the historic commercial corridors. So we wanted to show you the differentiation of what we have right now existing in place and how this would change within the new zoning code. So the existing NWD RC1 on the left is the existing zoning code for the historic district. So under a current code, a typical 50 by 147 foot lot generally only allows about 2 units, even though many properties have more adjacent to it. So this district has a cap of 14 dwelling units per acre, the FAR of 0.45 to 0.55. The height, it's around 2 to 3 stories, and lot coverage 25 to 35%. There's no open space requirement currently. When we compare it to the incentive area NWD RC2, which has a base of NWD RC1, it's mostly the same as what we're seeing in the NWD RC1. The changes are, as I had mentioned before, related to a little more intensity in order to create more opportunities for redevelopment. So it changes from 14 dwelling units per acre, which is approximately 2 units, to 21, which is approximately 3 units. So it's not a big change in terms of how much density works, but it sort of relates to what we're seeing right now in the neighborhood. FAR stays the same, height stays the same, and then in terms of how we are using the historic, the preservation of the historic properties to create more flexibility, it happens in the density, where the FAR density doesn't count towards the calculation, but also on the lot coverage. So properties that have historic structure can increase the lot coverage to 35% compared to the 25 to 35 based on the lot size. Other important points that we want to mention in this neighborhood is that it still remains primarily 2 to 3 stories. Townhomes are prohibited in the core because we want to make sure that the compatibility of the neighborhood is similar to what we're seeing currently in the core, and townhouses tend to have longer width for the units, for the number of units. The lot aggregation is capped at 3 replatted lots or 20,000 square feet, pending DAC approval. Only 2 parking spaces are permitted in front of single lot without alley access, and also 75% of the front yard must remain landscaped. And this is gonna come back to that point that we heard from the community, that we wanna enhance and create a better public realm. So these are some of the zoning requirement recommendations that we're including in the code in order to start creating a better public realm in the district. So again, for this district, the goal is preservation first, while still allowing enough flexibility for reinvestment and housing production. So in the transition area in WDRC3, this one still has the same NWDRC1 base, so it's similar in terms of how the requirements happen, but it has a higher intensity than what we're seeing in the NWDRC2. So it's 28 dwelling units per acre compared to the 21 and 14 on the other districts. 0.75 FAR, 24 to 36 feet in height. 30% lot coverage, or 35 if there's a historic structure. And then we're introducing the concept of having an open space requirement in order that we can maintain the openness character that this district has. So we want to make sure that we can maintain this within the district. So that we're introducing open space here. In terms of important points that we want to mention is that we're also introducing a building frontage of 120 feet because of what I was just mentioning earlier. We want to make sure that the compatibility of the adjacent sub-districts is maintained, and there's going to be a facade articulation of every 40 feet for any building. We're also encouraging that ground floor entries must face street, courtyards, or open space, going back to the idea of how can we improve the public realm. Another transition area, which happens along the corridor area, or corridor zones, usually between Tamarind and Rosemary, it's the NWD 2-3. This one has a density similar to the NWD RC3, an FAR of 1, which is exactly the same FAR that the base for this sub-district has. And then the height is still at 3 to 36 feet. In terms of the conditions, it's very similar to what the NWD-RC3 has, except that in the NWD-23, we are allowing townhomes, since it's closer to the edges, to where the intensity that we're proposing, more intensity is gonna happen, then we think townhomes can actually fit better in this sub-district. And we're also encouraging ground floor activation on Tamarind, Rosemary, and Henrietta. So now let's look at it in terms of the character, and so that you can also understand where this is happening. So this is the NWD-RC2 zone, shown in gray, highlighted in gray. And the idea is to preserve the historic neighborhood pattern character, small-scale residential maintained, front yard streets and open space remain, the courtyard and missing middle housing retain, and historic contributing structures are protected and help with the flexibility in terms of creating more development in the neighborhood. And then on the right, you can see some of the images or typology of housing that we're seeing happening in the neighborhood, which is similar to what we currently see in the existing fabric of the neighborhood. In terms of the transition zone, the NWD-RC3 are the ones that are closer or adjacent to the core. That's why it's very similar to what we were seeing in the previous sub-district. And then this is the district that we will not allow townhomes. The NWD-23 are the ones that are closer to the corridors, which we think have better potential of having townhomes, but also we could do walk-ups, courtyard buildings, or townhomes as mentioned. In terms of the edge zones are the ones that we're seeing more high intensity. But when I say high intensity, it's 5 stories to 8 stories. So this is currently what we're also seeing in the existing neighborhood pattern. So the base height right now, it's 5 stories also along the edges of Rosemary and Tamarind. And there's a new development already happening that goes, it's 8 stories. It's actually stepped back, it's 4 stories fronting Rosemary, and then 8 stories on the east side of the district. So you start seeing how the edge also has, it's already exposed to be the higher intensity area because of what's already happening in the district. So this is the other topic that we heard from the community as to what needed to be improved. So the idea of the better street design is to have safer street, more shades, and less parking. On the left, you see an example of a current condition on the district where the parking dominates the frontage, there's no landscape buffer, no greenery. There's wide curb cuts, their units are disconnected from the street. So that's something that we wanna make sure that in order to improve the public realm, we need to start introducing some of these zoning recommendations that I had mentioned earlier, so that it starts creating a better public realm and quality of walkability, for example, in the neighborhood. So in terms of the recommended approach are related to keep the green front yards, entrances facing the street, encourage the parking in the rear as much as possible, as feasible, the use of alleys and shared drives, as the example that you see here. And these are some of the images that you already see existing in the neighborhood and some of mood images that we're trying to put here to explain our concept. And then in terms of provide affordability, the affordability in this district is related to enabling small-scale housing types, such as duplexes, triplexes, as I had mentioned earlier, and the goal is to get reinvestment moving while we protect the character of the neighborhood. So in summary, most of the neighborhood remains 2 to 3 stories. The historic core is protected. We redirect the growth toward the edges and the corridor areas, such as Rosemary and Tamarind. The preservation incentives are embedded in the code within each of the sub-districts. There's compatibility on the housing types that we're trying to encourage. Streetscape and public realm is improved. And the idea that the community feedback directly shaped the recommendations that we're putting in front of you today. Claudia's gonna, I think Claudia, you explained already the process.
Again, in terms of process, we're going to different boards to ask for recommendations, and eventually we'll go to City Commission for for request for approval. But I do want to say that as part of this text amendment, staff recommends approval for code revision case number 2603 based on the findings that the proposed text amendment and rezoning complies with all the amendment standards found in section 94.3.2 of the zoning and land development regulations. That's the end of this presentation. Let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, both. Questions by the board?
So I have a question, sorry. So the zoning code change, though, would have no impact on the Secretary of Interior standards. So any construction that would happen within the historic zone would still come before this board?
Yes, that is correct. It will shape, again, the density and the scale, right? But yes, they will have to continue to meet the standards and come in front of you.
Yeah, if I may, Ana Maria Aponte, Development Services Director. The reason why we're presenting this in front of the Historic Preservation Board is because the Northwest, as Claudia mentioned at the beginning, is a historic district. So any project that will be proposed within the boundaries of the historic district will come in front of the Historic Preservation Board for the certificate of approval. Or certificate of appropriateness, and you will be reviewing. And the regulations that have been drafted, it kind of follows the NWDCR1, the context 1 that we have already in the historic ordinance, but we are proposing some incentives to add more density. So as Claudia and Darius mentioned, the FAR is maintained, the lot coverage is maintained, but we're proposing kind of some flexibility to add those additional units that will make the project viable for those small scale development, like the missing middle concept, basically.
And just to follow up, so I'm understanding clearly, the boundaries of the historic district allow up to 3 stories currently, correct? And that does not change?
Correct.
I mean, I think some of the designs are really nice, and it's clearly a great improvement. Some of the ones on the next page, like the garden one and the multifamily, looked a little bit like the projects to me, but those are outside of the historic district, correct?
I think, especially in the multifamily area, that's a huge missing component as with the amount of development that's coming to this county. I think this sounds good. I'm curious, just out of curiosity, not as really a point of like pushback. I'm just, is that apart from the actual fabric in this neighborhood, are there other historic districts that maybe have this successful fabric of this density in West Palm Beach? Just out of curiosity. Like we noticed in this district that this has multifamily with a successful, turnover rate and occupation rate and development rate? Or would this kind of be like assuming that assuming like based on patterns elsewhere that outside of the county that this would be heading in the right direction?
Yeah, I mean, probably the historic staff has a better answer. I don't think any of the other historic districts within the city have the multifamily component. In some areas, we have seen like some townhouses added within the historic district, like in Grandview Heights, for example.
Yeah.
We have some examples of new construction within a historic district that has the townhouses. But this type of missing middle, that it's what we envision, I haven't seen it that much in a historic district. We have other neighborhoods in the city that are not historic that have a little bit more of multifamily, but not the historic component.
Well, at least not, because I don't know, there's like some multifamily, I don't know if it's part of the Mango Promenade or like next to El Cid. I'm just curious. And along South Olive, yeah.
So yes, but
I don't know if they're contributing or I'm just curious. And again, this is more of just me trying to like wrap my head around this, because I think it's heading in the right direction, and I guess it sounds like hopefully this is a model which can be, if it's successful, we can learn from.
Yeah.
I think that, and correct me if I am wrong, but this is because, you know, within all this master plan that is being thought out by, you know, for the city-wide, the Northwest District is the one that lacks the most investment in all the historic districts. So this will, you know, provide the opportunity to improve and to create more investment and improve the life of the residents.
No, that makes perfect sense to read. And I just say it's like density within a historic concept is like in a historic construct. I think is an important thing to continually consider because I think, you know, especially in some of the areas like definitely getting a lot of attention these days. Increased density just usually means larger scale, but not actual increased density. So that is kind of a missing component while things grow. And I think there's a lot to be learned from like development patterns and historic development patterns with these multifamilies as we add density.
Just one other comment or concern, I guess, is one of the things occasionally we get a lower income home that's under our purview, and one of the struggles is trying to keep the integrity of the house and still make it affordable for the homeowner, and it really is a struggle. And so I guess just a concern that, I mean, these are great, like beautiful homes, but they cost a lot of money to build. And are we, you know, like this lower income affordable housing, you know, wanting people to be able to own their own homes, are we outpricing what we're hoping to help, I guess is just my concern, like that impact on, like what impact the code will have on the existing people that historically have lived in this neighborhood. Are they going to be priced out of it?
Good point. I mean, and I think the intention of what we're trying to do, and this is kind of, we're trying to come up with these ideas of how to maintain the character of the historic neighborhood and preserve the historic houses that are in there, but allow their reinvestment. Because as you say, like a lot of the historic houses in the neighborhood, they cannot be rehabbed right now because they are too large for 2 units, so it doesn't make economic sense when you have an investor. The owners abandoned them or left them a long time ago because they could not maintain it. So the strategy that we're trying to do is, okay, if you have a historic structure in the neighborhood, in one of these lots, we're gonna actually give you the extra density so you can split that larger house into 2 or 3, and you can add an additional structure on the back, maintaining the scale, so we maintain kind of the character, but the additional units will give the income and the revenue necessary to preserve the structure. So we're kind of doing the increase in density overall, but if you preserve the historic structure, you actually can have more and have that additional increase maybe in the lot coverage, but also in the density. We're not gonna penalize it, we're gonna reward you for keeping and preserving that historic structure.
All right.
Yes, I mean, like the requirements will still have, you have to have 75% of your front yard has to be green, so the driveways will be limited. The idea is that the parking goes on the back when you have alleys. I mean, those will be like all kind of surgical one-by-one interventions trying to push, like guide the development of each of those lots to do the right thing. But incentivizing them so the numbers work. It's a big attempt.
So the department would like a recommendation from this board.
Yep.
That's what they're asking from you.
And I certainly don't, first of all, thank you to staff and to the consultant for coming here. And it is a lot to digest for those of us that have not been in the 50+ meetings of the public engagement, but I'm sure we all tried our best to get through the material. Thank you for doing some bullet points. I'm not going to belabor, I'm just going to add some thoughts. I'm not sure if you're reducing the parking requirement. I'm not sure if you're reducing or creating a minimum unit size for these new units. I would encourage you to look for that for other opportunities. I think something that would be helpful that I've encountered is in some of the more disenfranchised areas when we're presented with a CRA project or a project that has a less custom design home than others that we see are off the rack, kind of modular or those kind of structures. It puts this commission in a challenging position to hold a house in El Cid to the same standards as we do for these infill projects. So you may want to think about another set of criteria for the board to consider when those city-initiated CRA projects come on board. I find it interesting that you modified the density for 3% of the non-conforming. It just seems that you're making an outlier the norm. And then there's discussion on the demolition that a project can seek demolition from the DAC. Would that bypass demolition by our Historic Preservation Board?
No, you're right. If it is within the historic district, it will come in front of the Historic Preservation Board. If it is not within the historic district, it will go in front of the Downtown Action Committee.
Okay, because the text doesn't read that. Okay.
I second the suggestion on the unit size. I think that's really important.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I second your suggestion on the unit size, that there should be a minimum unit size.
That should be a minimum size of, okay.
Is the board comfortable making a recommendation, given?
Yeah, I was going to, I don't know if we need to go to executive session or somebody wants to make a motion.
Is this?
I mean, I don't see any
script?
issues. This was result of a very important work by the city and the consultant.
Right, there's still opportunities for them to engage. Hopefully they took some of our feedback. Regardless, I move that is this the script?
Yes.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board recommend to the City Commission approval of code revision case number 2603, a city-initiated request for the approval of the text amendment to Chapter 94 Zoning and Land Development Regulations, Article 4 Downtown Master Plan Urban Regulations. The motion is based upon the testimony presented at the hearing along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the applicable criteria in section 9432.
Anna, what is it that you want to say?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you asked for public comments. I don't know if you have any cards.
I didn't ask for public comment. I don't know
No
if
cards?
it's applicable for this case or not.
I mean, it's not a quasi-judicial case. It's a legislative, but they can do it. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
So, sorry for that. I have comments from Gigi Thailander on 701 South Olive Avenue, apartment 516. Does not wish to speak, but her comment is as follows. Please do not allow 25-story buildings along Flagler Drive. Everyone wants a view and sunshine. Please call for a public referendum before any significant changes to Flagler Drive. As a long-time resident, I am concerned about rapid uncontrolled growth. We need a traffic study. So we all agree with this, and I guess that this is not what we are voting today, but we are focusing on the Northwest historic neighborhood. I have another comment from Fatima Sanandeji, 701 South Olive Avenue. Historic preservation cannot exist in isolation from surrounding scale and development. Increased height and density around historic areas will permanently alter the character and context these protections are meant to preserve. Please proceed with caution. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah.
Sorry, I didn't put in a card.
Okay, were you sworn in? Because I think that you came. So if you want to speak, you will have to fill up the card and then you need to be sworn in.
I'll fill out a card when I'm finished.
Yeah, he can fill out the card after. Just make sure he's sworn in.
Who's
If
swearing?
you could, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So please state
Thank
your
you.
name
Thank
and
you.
address.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. My name is Greg Weiss. I live at 615 Canoga Drive in a historic home. But as it relates to the Northwest neighborhood in this proposal, I looked at the standard lot in that community. It's about 0.16 acres. And so in the transition area, that means you're going to allow 4 units on a city lot. That seems like it might be excessive. And you need to be careful, as you know. I mean, once you upzone something, you can never downzone it. And with reduced parking requirements, you have situations in that neighborhood today because of the multifamilies being on small lots where they don't have enough parking. And this is going to continue to encourage that. So.
Thank you very much. So how Ana Maria, if I can ask you, how we address the concerns of the public, because my take is you met with the public, everybody living in the city that was interested in this were consulted, right? You had more than 50 meetings with everybody, all the stakeholders in the area, right? So now you are hearing from the public about concerns of how we address these concerns.
Yeah, I mean, the board does not have to address the concerns from the public. It's more like the public have the opportunity to express their concerns. We are listening, and if you agree with some of the concerns, you can make comments on those concerns and suggest the staff look into, as you did, like look at the parking reductions or look at the unit size. We will take those into consideration. And if you allow me to also to make some reference to the comments about parking, and we can tell you what we're doing on that, we can answer some of those questions.
Okay, sure.
So for the parking, and I'm going back to Claudia and Darius, I don't think we are reducing the parking requirements. It's right now 1 per unit. The downtown master plan has always allowed waivers for the parking or variances. So if you have a project that you have 4 units and you can accommodate 3 parking spaces on the back, you can ask for a variance to reduce the parking. The parking in front of your property on the street counts as part of your requirement, though it's not dedicated to your property exclusively, but it counts. We have, in terms of unit size, the downtown already has a minimum unit size of 550. And we also have micro units allowed. The micro units do not require parking. You can do a micro unit without parking. The micro units are between 350 and 549, which are allowed. That is what is currently on the code. We were not intended to modify those provisions. I mean, if you think we need to consider some other changes, we can definitely discuss that. In terms of the unit size, I mean, the idea is that these multifamilies can accommodate smaller units. We think the smaller units are geared to single person that may work downtown, so they don't need a parking. They can have a scooter. We are working on the transportation, and the intention is to allow all those multimodal to accommodate different transportation measures. So do not encourage every person to have a single car. That's kind of in general, not only for this neighborhood, but for the entire downtown. So it's kind of a mobility strategy more than that. definitely this is different than the core of the downtown. It's a small scale. It's like more, we think it will encourage affordable workforce housing units, single, younger people, even couples, different type of, offering different typology of housing than the typical that we offer in the core and the rest of the city. So it's kind of a little bit different on that sense. The parking, as we say, the idea is to encourage the parking always on the back when possible, or if you have a driveway, then your driveway is from the street, but you accommodate the parking on the back. The lots are deep in this neighborhood. They're around 140 typically. They are platted as 50. So if you lay out the parking from the back, you can accommodate parking in there. There are different conditions. It is definitely a surgical approach, and each lot will be different depending on the location of the existing historic house, if it is in there, or how they are adding. So it will be definitely a lot of hand-holding and trying to explore how we can make the best of each of the lots.
Thank you. Any other comments, public comments? No?
So the Secretary of Interior standards are separate and apart from anything having to do with this master plan. This is city, these are city zoning laws and regulations which would be implemented within the context of the federal historic standards, but they wouldn't replace the historic standards, they wouldn't affect the historic standards. Those are separate and apart. And this is just an update to the master plan that planning is giving to every board and asking for the board's recommendation to the city commission. That's what they're asking from you guys tonight.
And actually, in the language of the DMP currently, the historic preservation ordinance takes precedence over the downtown master plan regulations. So if there is any rule in the historic preservation ordinance that is more restrictive than the DMP, the more restrictive is the one that has preference. So it's again, so what
and that has to do with the nature also of federal historic preservation laws, which generally trump local laws.
So in this sense, the regulations that we're putting are kind of supplement the historic preservation, and the projects within the district will come in front of you for review for a particular design of each of those buildings or additions or modifications.
Clear as mud, I'm sure.
James, you want to continue?
You want to restart? I don't know that you want to add any conditions or comments or concerns, but.
No, the director mentioned that they're listening to our discussions that we had, so I'll just.
And the Downtown Action Committee passed their recommendations with comments, so you're certainly welcome to tack yours on.
Well, I do think the comment that the comment that I made about another set of criteria would be very helpful to this board when faced with those. I mean, we've seen, I think, 3 of them where we had modular homes being placed and on a lot that was city-driven or city-initiated or in a CRA, and this board was put in a funny position and motion to deny it, and I think we even got reprimanded in a newspaper article. So I think to avoid that, it would be beneficial for us to have another tool in our toolbox to review those instances differently. The board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the applicable criteria in Section 9432 of the City of West Palm Beach zoning land development regulations have been met. And in addition, the recommendation is made subject to the following condition of approval, that the conditions that the city looks into those comments that this Historic Preservation Board brought to your attention for further study. To ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning and land development regulations and consistency with the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Recommendation approved. Thank you. And we move to the next case is HPV 26-30, 612 Park Place. We can have the applicant presentation, please.
Good evening. My name is Sharice Dunkley with LCA Architecture. We are requesting a certificate of appropriateness for additions and alterations to an existing Mission Revival style accessory structure located at 612 Park Place in the Flamingo Park Historic District. This slide shows the existing conditions of the accessory structure and its location behind the main house, along with photographs of the existing elevations. The structure currently serves as an uninhabitable detached garage and is located at the rear of the property. This slide provides additional photographs of the accessory structure and highlights several critical existing conditions. These include material deterioration, moisture damage, wall displacement, and significant cracking throughout the walls. These conditions have contributed to the deterioration and instability of most of the structure. On the left is the demolition site plan showing the existing site conditions, and on the right is the proposed site plan showing our request for a reduced accessory structure footprint going from an existing 360 square foot two-car garage to a proposed 267 square foot one-car garage. We are also requesting special exception C for the continuation of the reduced east side setback associated with the existing 3 foot 1 inch wall extensions. This request is necessary to accommodate a vehicle within the garage structure while maintaining the existing historic relationship to the site. The reduction of the garage footprint is intended to preserve most of the existing structure while also creating a more functional rear yard area that could accommodate a future pool and improved outdoor space. Starting on the left, this slide shows the existing demolition plan showing the walls to be removed, the proposed floor plan with new west wall and new extended front wall, and lastly, a new roof plan. Here we see the existing floor plan and elevations on the left, which currently include 2 garage doors for the existing 2-car garage configuration. On the right are the proposed demolition plans and elevations illustrating the portions of the structure that will be removed and to accommodate the reduced footprint. This slide shows the proposed floor plan and exterior elevations for the new 1-car garage accessory structure with a reduced footprint. The proposed wood carriage style garage doors are designed to replicate the appearance of the original damaged doors that will be removed, while the new window will match those of the main house, helping to preserve the historic character of the accessory garage structure. And lastly, here are the proposed color elevations for the project. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Now staff presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jordan Hodges, City Preservation Planner for the City of West Palm Beach. As introduced, this is a project at 612 Park Place dealing solely with the rear detached garage. A little bit about the parcel. It does contain 2 contributing resources within the Flamingo Park District, the primary residence and the detached garage. This is a standard 50-foot wide lot with frontage on Park Place to the north, directly across the street from the Park Place apartment building. So this, again, deals solely with the garage structure. The applicants are working with staff currently right now on a COA minor to make improvements to the primary structure, mostly roof replacement, window replacement, and possibly a small addition to the rear. Some pictures as visible from Park Place, and then the rear of the primary structure, and then the west wall of the accessory structure to the rear. Okay, so this is the garage as it sits today. It is in a state of pretty severe deterioration, and it looks like it's been that way for some period of time. You can see the structure as visible from Park Place on the top left, but it is constructed out of wood framing and hollow clay tile, which is typical of the period, but the roof has collapsed, the slab has cracked and settled, and there's some severe structural cracking throughout. It's just in pretty rough shape. So the applicants are requesting to demolish the western 6 feet of the structure to convert the 2-bay garage into a single bay. And they are also requesting to extend the front north face a little over 3 feet so that it can accommodate a modern vehicle. The current garage exterior facade to exterior facade in depth is a little over 17 feet. But they are significantly under the maximum permitted lot coverage and FAR for the district. Yes.
You said demolition, but it's not a demolition. It's not, you don't have it as a demolition?
No, it's a alteration addition.
Okay, so they're not going to be doing a demolition vote. It's just an alteration.
It's just for the alterations.
Thank you.
Thank you. But that 3-foot extension does require zoning relief. So the east side yard setback for an accessory structure is 5 feet. The existing building sits at a 2'7" setback, so expanding the wall laterally would be increasing that nonconformity. The applicants are requesting to utilize that special exception C, which allows for the continuation of an existing wall with non-compliant side setbacks for constrained areas as long as no part of the structure encroaches into a 2-foot minimum side setback. So they're at 2'7", so they are eligible for that exemption. Existing and proposed elevations of the garage and as visible from Park Place. The new design is essentially just a condensed version of the existing form. East elevation. The speckled portion is the new east wall north expansion that will be covered from that special exception, and the enclosure of an existing window opening. The west elevation is entirely new. The proposed window type, again, is kind of what was previously approved on the primary structure, and the applicants are requesting to retain that window type through the new window replacement. The rear with the western 6 feet removed, finished with a new parapet and scupper. Surrounding buildings, mostly all Mission Mediterranean Revival in this part of Flamingo Park. Decision-making criteria would be the Secretary of Interior standards and the additional criteria. Staff generally found the application to be compliant. The structure is going to have to be reconstructed in one way or the other due to the kind of neglect of the structure. And then for the special exception, which is the reduced side setback, it meets the 3 criteria for granting that as well. So staff is recommending approval, 3 conditions of approval. 1 is regarding our standard glass condition. 2 is that the garage doors shall be wood and operate as carriage-style doors. And 3, that the stucco application shall match the existing texture. And that's all of staff's presentation.
Thank you very much, Arne. Questions by the board?
I have a question for staff. In the event that the portion of the structure that is shown to remain can't remain or has to come down, does this have to come back to the board, or can it be, or was that something that would just, that staff would handle with the applicant?
I think that's something that we could talk about now as a possibility. I would generally say it would need to come back as a new construction proposal. But as if we're discussing it right now, maybe staff could be granted the leeway to reconstruct a few walls if need be.
I've got a question for you, Jordan.
Sure.
It seems if you give it a good kick or a push, it's going to fall down. I think the question then remains, asking for the special exemption of that 2.7 feet, trying to alleviate your 5-foot setback is probably where they're going with this. I just truly question if your foundation is not suitable and your walls are not suitable, I think the right call here, we as a board should just recognize this and probably go with a demo. It's going to come before us. Just try to save that is crazy.
So we can, I mean, I think Mr. Smith made a good, recommendation that, the project's been noticed, that it's essentially being reconstructed, and you could make the condition that if, the portions of the walls that were said to remain cannot be salvaged, then staff can review the construction of the new walls in compliance with the zoning that's identified in the staff report at an administrative level.
Perfect.
I think that would be doable.
Yeah, my question was kind of very similar to that. Jordan, did you give any urging to keep the width of the existing 2-car garage in some way or another? Maybe it's a covered terrace, if not conditions. I mean, the removing half of it seems, the demolition seems significant to me. So I'm curious for your thoughts on it.
My thought was that saving at least even half of it was a big win, especially the half that you can see from the street. So I was okay with that.
For the carriage styles doors, is that a requirement for the function or the look of it?
We have operating as carriage style doors, which I think is what they identified on their plan. But if you would like it to just retain the appearance, we could modify that condition.
I guess that would be a follow-up question to the applicant if they wanted actual carriage style doors or if they thought that would be onerous with hurricane requirements.
We're okay with either, carriage style or roll-up.
Yeah, so I would just take the operation off. That's my opinion.
Preferably roll-up.
Yeah.
Staff has no objection to that.
Any other questions? I have a card for public comment from Mr. Greg Weiss.
Thank you very much. Greg Weiss, 615 Canoga Drive. I live directly to the south of this property. First off, it would be great if the city would put this information online, because I had to come down here today to figure out what was going on. I received the notice, but when I went online, I couldn't find anything other than the agenda to find out what was being proposed behind our house. My real concern well, let me give you some history too. The damage to the roof has been missing for a long time, but the real damage happened because next door they put in a swimming pool, and when they were doing that they came very close to the building, and that's what caused a lot of that cracking to happen. So it was from another construction project going on nearby. But my concern was as it relates to the setbacks, especially the rear setback. I think now can you verify, it looks to me like the existing garage comes into the easement for the power? And then while you're looking that up, when I saw the rendering, I think for a swimming pool and a deck, that deck extended further into the easement. I just want to clarify that, whether you can allow that or not.
The existing rear setback is 4 foot 1 3/4, but they're not expanding in that easement anywhere in the rear.
But they do enter into the easement.
If the easement's 5 feet, then it exists.
Everybody's 5 feet from your property line.
Yeah, it's an existing condition, right?
It's an existing condition, and so I'm not objecting to it. I just wanted to see if they were coming further back when they knocked down the garage.
Well,
and if they knock down the garage entirely, then it should go back.
If the garage comes down entirely,
it's
going to have to meet all of its setbacks. It'll have to come back as a new structure.
So it's going to have to come back.
Yeah.
Because if I'm sorry I'm taking your time, but if we are going to have to go through demolition, new construction, and compliance with the setbacks.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another card from Elaine Lazarus.
Hi, my name is Elaine Lazarus. I live next door to the property.
Can you state your address, please?
610 Park Place.
And have you been sworn in?
No, I need to get sworn in.
Right hand.
You're right, sorry. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I have to look at the garage every day. And my concern is the wall that you're saving is a wall that is in such disrepair. Every time there's a high wind, I get scared that parts of the garage are gonna come off and hit my house. And I've already called the city about this before I even knew about it when I first moved in. And it will only be a year since I've lived in the house. And so my concern is there's nothing to save. I mean, it's so rickety that even the picture doesn't show that the garage doors are barely hanging on. So That's my concern. There's really nothing to save. So.
Staff
Thank you
did
very much.
speak with the city building official who did not condemn the building and found it eligible to be repaired.
Yeah, and you see, if it's going to be repaired, they will have to structurally, do the correct thing. And we'll have to go through inspections.
Okay.
And the new walls will have the correct footings and supporting the roof. So,
Okay. I just want it safe.
Of course. We all want that. Okay, so any other public comment? No? So we move into executive session. I think that is pretty clear, right? We already discussed it. I think that, we can discuss condition number 3, condition number 2 or no. But I think that there is a condition that if cannot be reconstructed or something happen during construction, we'll have to come back for demolition and new construction. Anybody wants to make a motion?
Yeah, I think it would need to, because I think it would have to come out of the, assuming there's an easement, because I didn't see a survey that actually told me that, but it would have to come out of the rear
We will
easement,
have to
so-
go back to the setbacks, the required setbacks.
It's going to have to come back before the board.
Correct.
Right.
And, yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure. Do I do the demolition motion first?
No, there's no
No.
demolition.
It's no demolition motion.
It's just renovation, it's an alteration.
There's no.
There is a condition of approval that if the structure cannot be salvaged and needs to be completely demolished, they will have to come back to the board.
Got it.
Or I think we could just omit that, because that's just,
I think it's just a matter of course.
I would just leave that out of the motion.
Yeah, whether or not we say it, I think it has to come back.
I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number HPB 26-30, COA 000484-2026 at 612 Park Place for additions and alterations in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 9449 of the city zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, that the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the city of West Palm Beach, Secretary of Interior standards, the additional compatibility criteria set forth in 9449 of the city zoning land development regulations. The conditions include the following 3 conditions identified in the staff report, with a modification of condition 2. The garage doors shall be wood and operate either as carriage-style swing doors or overhead garage door, subject to the review and approval of staff. Is that okay, Jordan? And new condition 4, that should additional demolition occur in the field, a new application will be filed that will come before the board for demolition and new construction.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Project approved. Next project or next case is HPB 26-32, 231 Lytton Court.
Dr. Russell Rosicki, architect, representing the owner, Robert, of 231 Lytton Court. This may ring a bell in terms of your memory of our previous variance request. This variance request is actually to make a wall that always existed, formerly existed, before it was changed. So you're seeing a watercolor depiction of what we would like to restore it back to. So this application is distinctly different than what we presented to the board previously. It's reduced in height. The wall becomes 66 inches, but I'd like you to look at the barrel tile and consider it not as a wall any longer. Essentially, this is what was there originally, but it's, in my opinion, for purposes of description, with consistency of the code, I would call this a lattice. It's visible through. It has some porosity to it, so the wall is kind of below. So the lot is uniquely shaped. It's kind of T-shaped. The frontage is right along my cursor line at the 75-foot length. You have an existing driveway gate, and then a pedestrian gate, and then the wall, which is continuous. The gate appears to be original, forged steel. We plan to retain it. Right now it's covered up, so we will install it back and repaint it, so to speak. The gates will be replaced with Pecky cypress wood slats that are vertical. This depiction would be captured in an earlier iteration photo of the property depicting the wall. And the piers go back to what they were. The texture of the stucco becomes a little bit more roughened and original to what it was. So this is the wall you see today. Our previous application had requested to keep this, right? This is distinctly different. We don't want to keep this. We're going to be cutting it out and stacking those barrel tile using epoxy matching color grout that stacks the tile. So it'll match the color of the tile. And the gates, again, become vertical slat, Pecky cypress. This pedestrian gate, again, restored back to what it was. So here's the elevational view. Our request is outlined as that red outline for variance consideration. You're seeing a streetscape elevation for this request. Walls are common and continuous along these properties on this street. As you can see, the one directly across actually has a longer length. It is the same matching 66-inch height, but in our case, we have the stacked barrel tile, which makes ours far more porous. This is a former depiction, but you're seeing fencing as the gate. We want Pecky cypress. Again, the stacked barrel tile is evident in this photo from March 2019 that the staff shared with us. Here's another view of it. Here's a view down the street. Here's other adjacent walls. It's kind of in character of the neighborhood. This is a multifamily property. It has a 6-foot fence across the front. I don't agree with this, I'm just pointing it out. Along the sides of other homes. And then here's kind of a collage of photos from past to present, 2007, 2011, moving to 2014, 2019, and then our client actually purchased this home after this wall was made into stucco, right? So he didn't do this. He didn't know it was non-compliant. He got a violation letter, and we're here to satisfy the violation in terms of restoring it to what it was, but we do need the board's approval in this process to make the request. On one of my slides, it shows some updates we would like to make to, as kind of, let's use Caleb's words, throw a bone to the board. So we'd like to restore beam tails that had been removed from the roof. We'd like to restore Pecky cypress, tongue and groove, underneath the eave. We'd like to restore the historic windowsills, which were removed, right? Someone restuccoed this home and made it very refined, modern, before my client had purchased it. We're gonna remove a metal roof overhang, which was not there originally and looks tacky. We're gonna replace the modern wall sconce back to a wall sconce that would be more Spanish influenced or Spanish colonial. We're gonna remove a metal overhang over the garage door. And those are all gonna be made as a separate staff application that this board does not have to consider this evening, but I do want to point it out as a part of our request. And I will leave the color rendering for you to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff presentation now.
Again, Jordan Hodges for the record. This is 231 Lytton Court, solely for a height variance. Background on the property, constructed in 1928, mission revival and contributing within the Central Park District. Again, it is kind of that strange T-shaped lot that has frontage on Winona Place as well. There was illegal work done kind of towards the rear of the lot on Winona, but that is all being taken care of administratively with permits. So the applicants are requesting to reconstruct that historic site wall, which exceeds the maximum allowable wall height within the front yard setback by 18 inches. Again, you'll remember a variance request that came before the HPB in March to retain the site wall as is. That variance request was for 71 inches in height. The current composition being requested is 66 inches in height. So it is a lowering of the requested height. Here you can see the overall design with the solid base, the stacked barrel tile top, the pillars, and the gates. The applicant is, again, proposing to reuse a decorative iron gate for the human gate and then do vertical Pecky cypress plank gates for the vehicular gate and the kind of utility gate off to the left. And again, as Dr. Rosicki mentioned, there are elevation notes, restorative elements to the property. Again, there was work done on the structure without permits that were, I believe, intended to be as a part of this application, but since it's not a COA application, it's just a variance, it couldn't be. So staff at the applicant's agreeance did include a condition of approval regarding administrative approval of the modifications shown on the elevation drawings. Again, here is a kind of expanded view of the variance diagram, 66 inches in height, which is an 18-inch overage. I will also note that the measurement is taken to kind of the top of the finial plinth. So that amount is actually higher than what the kind of spans of the wall itself measure. So that's the highest point. Again, you can see the kind of historic gate from 2011 and where the top of the wall intersects kind of in the close to the center of the decorative scroll work. The center is the wall as it exists today, which was clearly elevated, and the proposed dimension, which is lower than the 2011 version or the current, but that fits suitably with historic wall and gate design. Surrounding properties, On Lytton, mostly Mediterranean revival and mission revival, lots of site walls, which were common on this street. Staff did find that the current request was generally compliant with the variance criteria, largely due to the fact that this was an illegal modification done before the current owners took ownership of the property. And from a historic preservation perspective, we encourage the reconstruction of that wall as part of the Lytton Court streetscape. Happy to go over any of those 10 criteria if you'd like to discuss staff's findings. And the condition of approval, the applicant shall submit a certificate of appropriateness minor application following approval of the wall height variance for the final design of the wall and for any exterior modifications to the residence to be included as a condition of approval. And that's all of staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions by the board?
Jordan, I'm sure you analyzed this. I'm definitely supportive of this application, as you know, my thoughts on the prior iteration. But I'd be remiss to say that the proportion isn't right, just right. It almost, from the street view, looks like it's greater than or equal to scallops than it is to the field of stucco. I would say maybe 50-50, but in the iteration that we see, it's definitely more stucco to scallop. And the replication, I would only imagine, because the number of scallop barrel tiles match at 9, so that part of the proportion the architect got right. I'm sure Dr. Rosicki knew that. But the amount of stucco, I think the variance would be reduced, and I wonder if there is another reason, security, something that is warranting the greater knee wall height than the true original condition.
Very good comment, very good eye to pick up on that. I'd like to say I agree with your judgment that the stucco wall should drop lower, but the stacking of the tile would certainly, to me, be the same dimension of 66. Yeah. So I think we probably got the proportion of the stacking of the barrel tiles incorrect by a hairline for each and stacked up above. Yeah, there's the difference that you called out, but I agree with your position.
So maybe in the elevation where you are noting 36 inches of stucco, maybe needs to be 30 inches of stucco.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think the stucco is coming down.
I think I agree with you.
All right, great. Yeah. If you're amenable to that, that would be great.
Yeah, I think that's more restorative and preservation based, yes.
It looks like it's half and half, right? Like should be.
Right now it looks like it's half and half, correct, but it's actually a little bit more barrel tile than stucco in reality. I think looking at the photo and comparing your thoughts with this drawing.
And you're not going to fill the tiles, right? The barrel tiles.
No,
you're gonna keep
there's no
open.
intention. There's a pool in the front yard. There's a baby gate that will be present. This is a scalable wall, so it does not meet the pool barrier requirement. So this is purely an aesthetic, privacy, security factor, and the pool is proximity to the street with offering some privacy.
So the barrel tile will replicate how it looked previously where you really can see through it.
Oh yeah, it'll look just like this drawing shows it, but you will be able to see right through it, and where the barrel tile stack epoxy goes, and they actually lock the tiles together. But I think to the point made, it's probably more like 2 feet of a stucco wall, and the rest to 66 inches is barrel tile.
And I noticed on the drawing that you have, it looks like you're putting texture back on the house of the stucco.
So restuccoing a home is a very large undertaking and a cost prohibitive issue for this client, which is why we're trying to restore this wall in the first place without demolishing it, because site walls even have large cost to them.
Yeah.
So our goals were to add restorative elements. I mean, stucco can always be restored at some later time, I would agree, but at least we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, it looks great.
Thank you.
And I have another question. The driveway gates, they will swing into the property, right?
That is correct. They cannot swing out. Yep.
Yeah, I think this restoration looks really great, and some of the other exterior things you're doing are definitely in keeping with this property to enhance it.
I have a question with regards to public safety and the 6-foot tall, opaque driveway gates and what looks like a narrow sidewalk at that point. I'm just wondering if that's a concern to staff or if you're okay with that. I just feel like it's a blind. By adding the piers to the, by adding the piers to the far side, which if I go back into like 2011 where there's the fence gate, and if I go back to 2007, there's no gate and no fence, the wall, stops before you get to the driveway. I just feel like we're compounding what I think is kind of creating a blind corner as you come out of that driveway. I don't think you can't see the sidewalk, right? Because the gates swing in, you pull your car out, you can't see if there's somebody approaching on the sidewalk. So I'm just wondering if the applicant would be open to reducing the height of the gates, or possibly going with something that you can, a metal gate that you can see through. I'm reluctant to support a variance request that could cause concern for public safety.
Very valid point. I think the slats can be configured so that they also have porosity. For the Pecky cypress slats I'm referring to at the gate, I think whether something's 48 inches tall as you reverse out of your driveway or 66 inches, it's not 72 inches that we're proposing, it's 66. But I think either would block your view, but that is a standard that is set by the zoning and planning department. 48 inches, I can tell you firsthand when you're sitting in a vehicle, especially a sports car or any kind of car that's lower to the ground, 48 inches is enough to block your view, right? But backup cameras exist on modern day vehicles. Obviously, I think I agree with your position. The gates obviously need to open inward, but as a part of that, I think you'd want to see who's behind before those gates even open. But regardless, let me just also describe, that's no different, Mr. Smith, than any other hedge that you've seen that, it dominates properties. What your firm works in Palm Beach, I mean, that's standard practice on driveways. I mean, we talk about reversing out of a driveway. This is plants or walls or gates or fences of a certain height, and plants with their obstruction aspect to them as well is sort of commonplace, so to speak. But I'm not depreciating the fact, because I have children and I respect your thoughts and judgment. I think the slats being open would help some porosity there in the gate. Thank you.
But the gates are open when you're backing up.
That's correct.
So whether they're solid or porous, it's irrelevant.
I agree with that position as well, but I do think some view through may help visibility and porosity just in general on the street.
Dr. Siki, as I'm sure you know, I think that first of all, it's an existing condition in a historic house, and there's going to be backup. But I think the comment is relevant, particularly when you come in for a time of building permit, that the Public Works Review very well may say sometimes there's exemptions for historic walls and historic properties for blind spots, but the visibility triangle very well may be a part of it. It may have to have you have an option B, which is not a gate there. So
Thank
just
you.
be advised.
Thank you. This is not a corner property. There is no visibility triangle that applies to this lot. And everywhere else you would have a driveway. Driveways are maximum 20 feet wide, minimum 10 feet wide when we talk about the apron and sidewalk continuance. Piers along driveways are commonplace throughout El Cid, throughout Southland Park, throughout Prospect Park, throughout Bel Air, throughout Northwood. This is nothing unusual or unique, in my opinion. As a matter of fact, a lot of the piers are actually much taller, historically speaking.
I agree with you. I'm just saying don't be surprised if.
Yeah, and if that comes up, we'll respond to it naturally and correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to speak on this case? Okay, seeing none, we move to executive session.
I appreciate the effort to restore the wall to what it was before. We don't know the full history of the wall, but we know how it existed for at least some time. Again, my only concern is granting a variance for the height of a gate and piers immediately adjacent to a narrow driveway onto a narrow street with a narrow sidewalk, where I don't see a hardship to permit us to grant that variance, because this section from the pier that's in front of this palm tree to the right of the garage, everything to the left of that, nothing existed there 20 years ago. So that's not historic material that we're putting back. That was always open, probably for good reason. I totally support the variance request for the rest of the wall, the historic part of the wall. I just feel like this is adding something that wasn't there before that, to me, is a cause for concern. Because if you're backing out of your driveway, you can't see what's happening on the sidewalk till you're parallel with the sidewalk. You're in line with it. Mm-hmm. And your car is halfway out into the street. So that's my
So you're
my
suggesting
concern.
like up to the edge of where the driveway gates are, just have the wall end there in line with that little palm tree and have the driveway be open. Is that what you're suggesting?
I mean, I think that would be the best solution. From a public safety standpoint, right? Because that's giving you more visibility. But if the gate and the piers to the left of the wall were zoning compliant, I wouldn't have a problem with them, because they're entitled to put gates there.
So the solution would be granting the variance for the evidential part of the historic wall, and then the balance from that pier westward would be not including the variance that we grant.
That's how I feel, because that's all new material.
Respectfully, I disagree. With those gates completely open, you still have a wall that has to hold those tiles in place. It's a moot point. Those gates are open, so you're going to have an issue regardless. So what you're saying is, hey, I don't like that column there that's holding those things in place. You're going to have an issue anyway. So I think the gates, with them being open, you're a responsible driver, you're going to have to back up. That's for every home that has a gate in West Palm.
The maximum height that's permitted is 4 feet for the gate in the front setback in West Palm.
You were just stating the fact that you don't want a gate. So what I'm saying is, regardless of that gate being permeable, open, transparent, whatever it is, you don't want a gate. And I'm saying, I respectfully disagree. I feel that this home could have a gate that's appropriate, and any gate in West Palm would have the same issue. So I would be in support of a gate based on what we see here.
And I'm in support of a gate with the maximum height of 48 inches.
I have a question. What if the side panel to the left of the driveway was more like the gate, the walk gate, where you can actually see through it, and the gates themselves were more porous, like Dr. Rosicki said? That way, when they're open, you would actually be able to see through where that current solid gate is, or conversely through the barrel tiles to see traffic as you're going to back up? Like if that was all allowed visibility, would you be comfortable with it then or no?
I mean, my concern is granting a variance for something that is of public safety concern when there's no hardship. Wanting your gate to be as high as the wall next to it isn't a hardship, right?
Yeah.
So I just don't know if we have if there's valid justification for, granting a variance beyond what the code requires in this case. I think that it does make sense to give relief for the height of the wall because it was an existing wall and it's there now.
Well, I think that when a motion is made, you'll find out whether there's support for that position or not.
So do we know when this wall was built, the original wall? Because we had pictures back to 2011, I think, because Google Earth was
2007.
Or 2007. But can we know for sure when this wall was built?
Not in any property records that I've been able to find. The city at some point in its history disposed of its architectural record at some point brilliantly.
Thank you. I've seen photos, back to one of Caleb's comments, like, I imagine this wall, if it's original, doesn't have a footing. I've seen them all over Palm Beach, I think was your comment, more or less. It's correct. Was sent photos, the wall does go down into the dirt 2 or 3 feet, just visually from the photos I've seen, and it did not have a footing, which means to me it was one of those original walls that you see in Palm Beach. This one's not like leaning over, so to speak. Someone just made it solid, and it's very apparent. It's that same someone who made the stucco smooth. So I have every reason to believe this was original to the home. But Mr. Smith, to your point, I think there's no issue with the gate being 4 feet.
Great.
And after the pier. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thanks.
One more question, just for the applicant. Sorry to keep. Just as proposed, is the proposal include recladding the gate, the car gate, or replacing them?
It would have to be a replacement. The one that's there is
Okay. I think that
in disrepair.
I think that answers my question, and I think it then becomes obvious.
All right. Are you guys in executive session or where are you?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. I mean, I could give her, if it's going to be a new gate, I think you just might as well make it a 4-foot gate.
Sure.
At that point.
I don't have an issue with that. I will keep the piers where they are.
Me too.
Piers are fine, yeah.
All right, you ready for a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, I can try a motion.
Maybe some lawyer is pushing us.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board grant case number 2632, a request by Dr. Russell Rosicki and Walter Hyde III of Design R Architects FL LLP on behalf of RC Investment Properties LLC to reconstruct the previously altered historic masonry site wall within the front yard with a height of 66 inches in lieu of the 48 permitted within the front yard setback, requiring a variance from section 94-302B1 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based upon the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent, substantial evidence. The board hereby makes findings of fact that each of the criteria in Article 2, Section 9438D6 of the City of West Palm Beach zoning and land development regulations have been met. In addition, the granting of the variance is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the zoning and land development regulations and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach. Number 1, the applicant shall submit a certificate of appropriateness minor application following approval of the wall height variance for the final design of the wall and for any exterior modifications to the residence. Condition 2, the variance shall not pertain to the operational vehicular gates, which shall remain at the maximum code allowed height of 48 inches. Condition 3, that the applicant, subject to the review and approval of staff, shall work with the proportion of the scallop barrel tile and its proportionality to the stucco to be more consistent with the historic evidence of Google Earth photography, so that the proportions are more the same. And that's it. I'm okay with the pier height. So just the vehicular gate can't get the variance.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Case approved. We move to the next case, HPB 26-35, 740 Flamingo Drive.
Good evening again. My name is Sharice Dunkley with LCA Architecture. We are requesting a certificate of appropriateness for an addition to an existing minimal traditional style residence located at 740 Flamingo Drive in the Flamingo Park Historic District. This slide shows an aerial view of the residence along with photographs of existing elevations and current site conditions. Starting on the left is the existing site plan, followed by the demolition site plan illustrating the proposed removal of approximately 252 square feet at the rear of the residence and removal of a non-contributing metal shed structure. The proposed site plan on the right shows the 974 square foot addition at the rear of the existing house. Widening of the existing front driveway by 16 inches to the west is also being proposed. No demolition is proposed on the front elevation of the house. This slide shows how the proposed floor plan and proposed roof plan, this slide shows the proposed floor plan and proposed roof plan. The addition has been designed to align flush with the existing east and west exterior walls and will not project beyond the footprint of the current residence. The existing white concrete roof tiles will be replaced with new to match existing. On the left are the proposed and existing floor plans. On the right are the existing and proposed front and rear elevations. New impact-resistant single-leaf casement windows are replacing existing windows on the front elevation. A new impact-resistant sliding glass door and single-leaf casement windows are being added to the rear addition. The sliding glass doors will be redesigned with a pair of French doors per condition of approval number 2. No changes are proposed to the front elevation of the residence. The roof height will increase slightly to accommodate the addition. However, this change will not be visible from the street or pedestrian level. On the left are the existing and proposed floor plans. On the right are the proposed and existing east and west elevations. A vertical stucco construction joint line will delineate between the existing and new structure. new impact-resistant single-leaf casement windows, and a new 5-foot roof overhang supported by a metal V column are proposed for the addition to complement and integrate seamlessly with the existing structure. Lastly, here are the proposed color elevations for this project. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
All right, Anthony Mendez again, speaking as the case manager for HPB 2635. This is a request for a one-story addition to the rear of a contributing property in the Flamingo Park Historic District. Address is 740 Flamingo Drive. Subject property, it currently exists as a minimal traditional residence. It is a one-story, 761 square foot single-family residence constructed in 1949. Minimal traditional structures are relatively more restrained compared to, Mission and Mediterranean revival structures from the 1920s in South Florida. This property has some mid-century character-defining features, such as the existing V columns to the side and what you see currently, the anodized casement windows. The Flamingo Park Historic District was designated locally in 1993 and was also listed in the National Register for Historic Places in 2000. The initial period of significance spanned from 1924 to 1942. However, the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association resurveyed this historic district in 2007, and in 2009, a second period of significance was added to extend that historic context to 1960. And hence, this property was later deemed contributing as being part of that second period of significance since it was built in 1949. The subject property is zoned in SF14C2. It's short for Historic Single-Family High-Density Residential Context 2, and it's subject to Section 9041 of our Zoning and Land Development Regulations. Here we have the existing photographs, courtesy of the applicant, and as I previously mentioned, we have the character-defining features for like mid-century modern. That includes the existing V columns. And again, generally speaking, designs are a little bit more restrained. We have the low profile. We have just the continuous materials and just lack of ornamentation. Also have the attached carport. And unfortunately, we are going to have to be explicit on this. This property was issued a stop work order by our code enforcement section on February 19th of last year. They were constructing a rear addition before any official permits were issued from our city. The owner has since hired the architect, and that's the applicant who just spoke, to complete the construction of this addition now through the proper channels of approval. So the request entails that continuation of the construction. It's a 974 square foot addition to the rear, the roof replacement, and window and door replacement. Staff does understand that unpermitted work is unacceptable, but the applicants that constitute LCA architecture were brought onto this project after this property was sited. These are the photographs provided by our code enforcement section. We are providing these images just to demonstrate that there are technically some elements of retroactive approval as part of this scope of work, unfortunately. And that includes the two doors at the west facade and what appears to be a portion of the existing roof. And obviously, unpermitted work is inexcusable, but this was, again, something that was brought to our attention, and we just have to be as candid as possible when it comes to these COA applications. Our HP section doesn't really impose any punitive consequences as a result of permitted work. They will be charged 4 times the fee for permitted work, and we don't currently have a mechanism to sort of levy these penalties for work without permits, and it's just something that's only really built into the building permit fee schedule. So that's something that's a little bit separate, but we just have to be as candid as possible when unpermitted work occurs. So the request before you this evening, again, continuation of that addition, the addition proposed by the applicant highlighted in blue, and then just to highlight some of the nonconformities. So we have an existing nonconformity for both minimum and cumulative side setbacks. So for side yard setback 1, that's currently shown as 4 feet 8 inches, where in today's standards it would be 5 feet is required. And for cumulative, it's currently at, so if we were to add those two together, it is a cumulative setback of 12.5 feet, and then per today's standards, a minimum of 15 feet is required. So the proposed addition, however, does comply with this provision with a dimension of 19 feet 10 inches. And I'll just briefly skim over the applicant's architectural drawings. The addition will be slightly visible from the public right-of-way, as it does entail that slight alteration to the roof shape, but the request will still retain the character-defining features of this residence. That includes the existing roof and the existing metal V columns. We have the west elevation drawing. This is the facade that has those V columns. We have the east elevation drawings, the south elevation, and just the part of the request that includes the two large single hung windows, the one casement window and the one fixed window that's on the south facade. We have the two non-fixed windows that's on the east facade, so that's on this slide. We also have what's part of the scope of work is the demolition of that non-contributing metal shed, as the applicant noted, and the removal of the existing concrete walkway. So just moving onward onto the floor plan, showing the expansion of the living space and the new walk-in closet and primary bedroom, the new roof plan, and just our ZLDR analysis. It just confirms quantitative compliance with Section 9481, and I already mentioned the nonconformities for both minimum and cumulative site setback. But because this is a one-story property, lot coverage and floor area ratio are the same. And this request does not entail any special exceptions under Section 9485. Surrounding buildings, all of which are contributing, the most valid reference point is actually the existing structure. And since this is classified as a minimal traditional property, property number 3 is actually a very good reference point as well, being a ranch property, and because there's a lot of crossover between character-defining features between those two architectural styles. And as for what we have purview over and whether this request complies with the standards set forth in our historic preservation ordinance, we are recommending approval with conditions before you this evening. We have the following 8 conditions. We did notice the applicant is proposing the matching white tiles per condition number 6, but just to elaborate on more specific conditions. For the second condition, we didn't find the proposed sliding doors to be an appropriate alteration to this residence. We recommend for that opening to be modified either to French doors, a pair of French doors. It could be a single glazed door with equally sized lights or something that's comparable, and that would be subject to staff's review at permitting. And we provided a just sort of visual example of the glazed door with the 5-light pattern just for visual reference. We also noted that for the plan view, the icon for the casement windows, it currently is depicted as French casements. It's consistent of 2 operable leaves that's hinged on either side, and it's open from the center. And just given the size and the bulk of this impact casement window, just compared to existing slender steel casement frames, staff recommends that these openings utilize a single leaf casement window instead with that vertical muntin, and this is to replicate that 8-light design, and it's shown here in the elevation drawings, and I've also attached an image, it's included in my staff report as to what that window operability should look like. And since a pool is being proposed, we would need to see dimensions pertinent to setbacks. That's outlined in our supplemental district regulations, so that's in section 94.304 E21. And that's provides the setback provisions for both the water's edge and the screens enclosures for any proposed pools. For the applicable codes, we have the Secretary of Interior Standards and the additional criteria for new construction and alterations. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Anthony. Questions by the staff, by the board?
Anthony, you mentioned that they got a stop work order last year.
This year.
But the memo says February 2026.
It's this year.
This year.
Okay, great.
Yeah, apologies if I said 2025. It was this year. That's when they were issued the stop work order.
Is there an existing roof plan as part of the application?
No.
No, it's not, because I was looking for it also. So what was demolished without a permit from the existing?
So it looks to be the two doors that's on the west facade. It looks like, just from the photos that were provided to me from our code enforcement, it looks like that opening was removed and just boarded up. It looks like perhaps a portion of the roof as well. In terms of the exact scope, that's just from what I could ascertain from the photographs.
The rear wall gets consumed.
The rear wall, yeah. But that's, yeah.
So if you look to the aerial view that is in your report, there is a, well, not that one, but the one that is like a site plan that is in our package. So that one, so it shows a hip roof, right? With a flat roof in the front, which I think that is what they are keeping. And there was a flat roof on the back. So that is still there, right? That flat roof is this roof, right? I would assume.
I would assume so too. The applicant can correct me if I'm wrong if they have more information.
Yes, Denise Cravey with LCA.
Yep.
Can we go back to the presentation we did?
Yeah.
So when we first were hired for this project, we had no knowledge of the stop work order. Once we did have knowledge, we immediately alerted
Can you please speak to the mic?
Yeah, here, let me adjust this for you.
When we first were hired for this project, we had no knowledge of the stop work order. Once we had knowledge of it, we alerted the staff. So here is the aerial view.
Yeah.
The flat roof back portion.
Yeah.
And we don't know if that flat area was an addition some time after the original home, or no, we don't know that.
I could check through our property records cards and provide that. That is a possibility, but I can't really say for certain.
Couple questions on my end. The floor plan has CMU new construction. The photos we have is an elevated wood decking that looks like they're going to continue with that framing. I saw a back wall with framing. What is their construction? Does the stop work order entail, do they have to remove that and rebuild with CMU? I'm a little confused on what's going on with that.
So these pictures indicate what is there currently. Sharice, these are some of the pictures you took recently, right? The ones with the deck are the pictures at the time of the stop work order. So what we are proposing is a new CMU structure. We're proposing to remove this, what looks like an old rear addition, and to rebuild it with CMU.
Thank you.
And has only the roof tile been removed, the sheathing still intact?
repeat your question?
Has only the roof tile been removed? Is the roof sheathing still intact?
Well, it was a flat roof, so
No, I mean for the whole house. What is left? Is there anything existing of the current? Is that front facade, the roof tiles intact? Is that currently as it is? Like there's been no roof tile removed?
the front facade,
Yeah.
nothing has been removed on the front.
Nothing on the front.
Oh, okay.
Just the rear.
All of this is on the rear.
Okay.
Anthony, notwithstanding the non-permitted work, if this was a 1,000 square foot addition in the rear of the property, how would you and Jordan have classified this? And if it required full commission, which I assume it would you have placed this on consent?
There are a lot of factors that come into placing an item on consent, and you know, just to kind of pull the curtain back, that depends on, you know, our meeting, and if we have a lot of cases, that's when we decide, okay, we need to put some of these smaller cases on consent. It may have been a possibility. I know our threshold for additions to the rear, if it's 20% or less than the existing building square footage, then, you know, it can be resolved as a COA minor, because I'm under the impression this is slightly over.
Not really a fair question, but I appreciate your
No, it's all right. I mean, there are a lot of factors.
So this would be before us as a commission item regardless?
Most likely.
Okay, yeah, I assume that. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, we just need to be as explicit as possible about, you know, the stop work order, and if there's any retroactive approval, we need to be as explicit about that as possible as staff. So,
given the nature of my work, I love government processes, so I'm always fascinated by other municipal processes, so thank you.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when this happens.
Need to see somebody about that.
I mean, I know that there have been previous cases of either unpermitted work or demolition that's gone beyond the scope of work approved, and so, you know, as staff, we just need to be as explicit about that as possible in our reports. So, no, still in questions. So.
Just have a quick question on the sliding doors in the back.
Yeah.
You were recommending to switch to French doors.
Yes.
For a house from this time period with clear anodized aluminum window frames, is there any leeway for considering allowing the sliders, or is that just a blanket policy?
So it's been a policy that I think has not necessarily been like written down and said that like, oh, sliders are absolutely a non-starter in any scenario. I think that, I mean, with some of the cases that I've gone through with Jordan, we've been amenable to approving sliders if it's on an addition. I think there's obviously some leeway and you know, some flexibility in terms of sliders. I do know that in previous cases, I mean, I know that the board has been very stern on their notion for sliding doors, and that there should be, you know, different alternatives instead of sliders. So, but we as staff, I mean, we're definitely very receptive to the board's direction.
Okay.
Any other question? Is anyone in the public that wish to speak on this case? Okay, did you fill up a comment card? Okay, and have you been sworn in or no? Okay. So you can come and she can sworn you in, and then you can fill up the card.
You just raise your right hand. Sorry, that was my left. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi.
Please
my name is
state your name and address.
My name is Max Bakunov. I'm the owner of the building next door, 736 Flamingo Drive. And we were the one that reported the unpermitted work. So we're okay with the whole process of discussing how to make this property more valuable for the investor who bought this property. And our main concern is just the attitude towards the cost and practice to hire unqualified workers to do some work that is done cheap and for profit. So if everything is done correctly with historical guidance and no violation of privacy on our end, I mean, towards our property, I mean, with regards to either noise, easements, or, I don't know, rainwater flooding our property, for example. We had a bad experience with the other building, 732 Flamingo Drive. So we kind of concerned about that part. So the only thing we're asking is to kind of apply, you know, logic and law to this project, and keep in mind that we don't have a confidence in the current ownership or owners of the building, and we believe they're going to be just flippers. That's all I can tell. Thanks for your attention, and I really enjoyed this session, and I appreciate you inviting public to be involved in the development of historical buildings, historical neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I guess that we go now into executive session. So you all know what I think about these cases.
Do you think this project is going to go forward until the owner resolves the enormous fines sitting on this property right now? Seems to me like that's the very first hurdle.
I think that you are referring to the next case. This is a different case.
This is for 740 Flamingo Drive.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
I just, I don't really understand the style of what's being presented. Like, what period is it supposed to look like?
It's a minimal traditional. Yeah. So that's the reason that I ask about the flat roof, because, you know, in this new design, there are two things that if we ignore the fact that was done without a permit or without approval, I don't know that we would agree with. One is that the addition is flush with existing. Usually we try to create some sort of articulation. I understand in certain projects we approve a score line, which I don't like, but we approved it. The second question is, now we are extending a hip roof to an addition, and we lost that flat roof that was there before that had some, you know, added some interest to the house, and now it's like we are just extending the roof and, you know, to adapt it to the new floor plan, the new footprint, right? So I don't know that we would approve something like this.
Yeah. So for me, I wouldn't, I mean, it is the way it is because they moved forward without approval. So I don't understand the thought process, I guess, of like saying, okay, well, now we're going to approve something that is improper because you went ahead without.
So I think that I don't know that, is there anything built of this or no? They just demolish. So they were stopped, you know, on time before they started building anything.
Okay.
So we have an opportunity to rectify it.
Okay, good.
I think some things were built. There definitely was. And you can see in some of the photos, you see a rear wall with window openings. I think that all needs to be taken out because there's no slab built. It's built on frame. It's all, that concerns me. I'm curious to see what the inspectors would say for it, but I think it needs to be built right. How it's reflected here is correct. You do have the slab, you have the CMU, that's why I was asking about that, but I think they're gonna have to go back in there and remove quite a bit.
Well, but once I think that once we approve from a historic preservation perspective, they will have to apply for a permit because they cannot continue without a permit because they got a stop order. And then in order to apply for the permit, the architect will have to sign and seal drawings, structural drawings demonstrating that they are complying with the code.
Correct.
So if there is something that they build wrongly, like the neighbor is saying, they will have to demolish it.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate situation.
I think the extent of what is, forgetting what would happen, and if we were just looking at this as fresh, which is why I asked Anthony the question, I think the addition should start after a certain part that's already demolished and should have a, not be flush with, but the general idea of the addition where it's located is okay. and the size of the addition is okay. I mean, but where it begins is the questionable part because of the alterations to the roof. So,
yeah, I think a lot of this could be cleared up with first of all, an existing and proposed roof plan together. I'm like trying to wrap my head around like ways, the ways to differentiate this where it's not a mess. Sometimes differentiation, if it's to make a sloppy roof plan, it's not really the best idea, but I do think if we go with the angle that it's a mid-century roof and at least retain maybe some flat roof portions, even if it's a new, that might be a way to handle it. Like the one thing that I like about as far as I can tell, about the original structure is that it was a square with a couple appendages added to it. And so if we can use that to mitigate the maximum ridge height of any addition and and so we don't have one big hip behind the front, and then maybe incorporate a flat roof to make sure it's not all like, the mass doesn't go like the full width of the addition. Maybe that's the way to manage that. I could see like the bedroom shifting over and creating a wall break, and then maybe a flat roof above the living room area. And then I think definitely where they have that V column, there should not be a pitched roof over that, because I think you should make sure that, like, I would make that look more like the carport. And so maybe that's where you can start figuring out where your flat roof goes.
I agree with that, and I think you can go back to the aerial view and start with that, what you can see in that roof profile, because that would put that flat roof over the living room and extend it back, and then your overhang on the back could be articulated similarly to the carport, and I think that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost do a big shotgun roof over all the bedrooms of like a single hip, and then just flat roof at the living room addition. And then obviously articulate where the bedrooms are added with a setback, like a step back at the wall a little bit.
I am looking at the picture on Google Earth or Google Maps. It's pretty cool. It's a very cool house. Yeah. Not only that, the picture shows a convertible antique car under the carport.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Okay, so we need to or give guidance for them to come back or something.
So, are the options deny the application, then they come back, but I'm not sure that solves a city problem or a neighbor concern. And I almost feel as we, as a board, should ignore the violation and look at it as a proposal.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
And say, come back, I'm sorry.
The code enforcement board is going to take care of the violations.
Right. We should ignore the violation.
I mean, clearly there was violation, that's why it's here. Code enforcement's going to take care of that. And then you're doing a large part of remedying the property.
I'm not sure, maybe the staff review focused on the violation portion. Was there a green, the building card or the green card showing the footprint of the building to kind of give us a little, because all we have is an aerial photograph to judge the roof line, as well as the professional architect to kind of guide us through where we want to start when you leave the room, where the architect wants to start from scratch. I would imagine from the flat roof, what was the flat roof, which I think was over the rear television room. What?
Do you think we should deny it and ask them to go back to do the work to get the original plans and use that as a basis for their application with the assumption that that was existing kind of thing and put it in place?
There are no original plans available in city files. The back flat roof portion is an addition.
And if you deny it, it can't come back for a year.
Right. So we cannot.
I will say, just to touch on some of the items, when we met with the architect in Denise's office, we talked a lot about windows, replicating the clear anodized steel casements, which are indicative of the masonry minimal traditional style. The flat white concrete tile roof, also indicative of the style, leaving the front facade generally the same. We did talk about doing step backs where the addition meets the existing structure. I believe the applicant did decide to go with the score line instead of that. But if we're going to give the applicant some sort of feedback, I mean, what is it about the roof that is upsetting? Is it that the ridge is elevating, or does it need to be differentiated between old and new?
I think there's questions that, one, the new ridgeline is visible from the street.
Okay.
Two, I'm not sure there's evidence that the roof line, Jordan, doesn't change as there was hip roof meeting flat, and now there's just the hip roof.
Yeah, I mean, the back slope of the hip is coming off.
I think that's the general idea. And,
okay.
And so where the addition should have started is the question. And I'm not sure it was where the applicant is putting the score line is from the flat roof structure onward. I'm not sure if that addition would qualify as something we'd want them to retain or not. If I'm making myself clear, I'm sorry if I'm not.
No, you are. Yeah, I mean, so you can see here in the side elevation, right, what the existing roof structure was. And it was generally a hip and a square, right? So the whole back slope of that roof would be coming off and to be extended into that little pop-up.
Right. So maybe there is a flat roof hyphen that remains there, and then let them go at it with the roof of their choice. Flat, vaulted, with buttresses, I'm not sure, but but not continuing the main roof line of the front part. That's to remain pristine.
Yeah, and I think that, to reemphasize, just having that wall step back will help differentiate the roof massings, even if it's like a little bit. Because even a small step back will clean up the roof differentiation.
So we do encourage the step back?
Yes. I think we should.
All right, so you're going to...
Because also, even as presented, it looks like the score line isn't where
it should be.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to continue it with recommendations, is that correct? Or are you going to pass it with you're going to approve it with conditions?
I think we need to continue it, yeah.
You're going to do what?
Continue. We are continue the case.
And Jordan, thank you for helping us flush out our thoughts. Does staff have direction?
Yes.
Does the applicant have direction? Yes. Okay, I move the applicant. Do you think you need 2 months or 1 month? Okay, I move that application number HPB 26-35 be continued to the June 23rd, 2026 Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
With all the design, I'm sorry, with all the design direction provided by the commission.
Okay. So case is continued. Thank you. And we move now to the last case of the night, HPB 26-37, 525 31st Street.
Good evening. My name's Alan Sicklin, and I represent Mr. and Mrs. Taylor, who are sitting in the audience. They own a house in the immediate vicinity on 32nd Street. They have a substantial investment in that house, and it's their home. And this house, the subject property, has been a substantial blight to the neighborhood for years. I think 7 or 8 years. It's been open to the elements. It's unsafe. It's been declared a nuisance by the city. And if that's not enough, it has also accrued $1,800,000 in code enforcement board fines. So my clients have a contract to purchase this. I just want to make it clear they didn't do any of this stuff. They're trying to clean it up, not only for themselves, but for the neighborhood. The fines are contractually their responsibility. In my discussions with the code enforcement director, she's indicated that with a buyer of the property, that there's a pretty good chance that they will reduce those fines. Still a lot of money, because even a substantial reduction from $1.8 million is still a lot of dough, and that doesn't, they still have to do other stuff, demolish the house, come up with plans eventually. So in order to demolish the house, resolve the code enforcement violation, which you have to do before you can go in for the reduction, we have to demolish the home. And this will also result, of course, into getting rid of an unsafe building right before hurricane season, an eyesore to the neighborhood. And what we're requesting from you is a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition of the building. You can see from the pictures, I suspect, that it's been open to the elements for 7, 8 years. It's a wreck. It's unsafe. And nobody wants to do anything in the neighborhood because they have this house there. So we think that this is not to use a trite phrase, but it's a quadruple win. Everybody wins here. The Taylors get to protect their own house. The neighbors get to protect their homes and their property values. The Code Enforcement Board violations get resolved because the house gets demolished and the fines get paid. As you well know, very seldom do you get a neighborhood to agree on anything. There may be a majority, there may be most of them, but very seldom do you get everybody to agree on everything. Well, we've submitted 32 letters of support, including a steering committee for the area. I have 7 or 8 or 9 more, so we were up to about 40, and they all support the demolition of this house. At the end of the day, that will get us, my clients and the neighborhood and the Historic Preservation Board to where they would ultimately be anyway. The house goes away, fines are paid, the Code Enforcement Board matter is resolved, and at some point in time, my clients will come in with, they'll hire an architect, present plans to you all for approval, and a new house will be constructed. Part of the urgency here is also that the fines, while we speak, are accruing at $1,000 a day. So, you know, if it were me, time would certainly be of the essence, and I'm sure it is to Mr. and Mrs. Taylor. So, that's our request: certificate of appropriateness for the demolition and a waiver for the simultaneous approval of plans in this case. And again, this is we think not to be trite again, but a quadruple win. It's real late. Mrs. Taylor was going to speak to you, but if that's not necessary, if you want to just consider our request and send us on our way. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the staff is going to present now,
okay,
and then we will have probably questions.
Thank you, everyone. Jordan Hodges, City Historic Preservation Planner for the record. Again, this is a request for demolition and a waiver from the requirement for new construction. Some property notes. This parcel was developed in 1929 with a 2-story frame vernacular residence and a detached garage apartment. Both structures were designated as contributing resources within the Old Northwood Local and National Historic Register Historic Districts in 1991 and 1994, respectively. It is in the historic single-family residential zoning district. That rear contributing garage structure was demolished with a building permit in 2007, so that did occur legally. But the property has been designated as a chronic nuisance since 2021. We'll get into that when we get into a little bit of the project history. Like Alan said, the current applicant is a contract purchaser. And they live at 516 32nd Street, which you can see outlined in blue on the map, so directly catty corner into the rear. And their own home is contributing within the district. And they've been working with staff on various improvements to their property. So here you can see the property as it existed historically, again, developed in 1923. The residence is kind of interesting. It is frame vernacular, symmetrical front facade, hip roof. It has this really kind of had this really distinct kind of engaged fluted pilasters and an engaged pediment in the entry surround, which is pretty formal for frame vernacular. But you can also see in the picture to the right the slab where the accessory structure used to sit. So on December 10th, 2019, a stop work order was issued for the site, and the property owners were cited for work without permits. Photographic documentation from the citation records in 2019 generally show that the building was substantially deconstructed at that time, except for the roof structure and the foundation. So it was essentially reduced to its framing components. Now, there are some sporadic files in the Historic Preservation Drive which show that an application to the HPB was being put together in 2018 before this stop work order was issued in 2019. But notations indicate that historic staff didn't believe that they should qualify for a tax exemption because it was work without permits. And at some point, that application was completely withdrawn. So it did not go to the board in 2018, was cited for work without permits in 2019. I'm not sure why it took that long for the property to be cited, but in 2021, a new application was filed for HPB review. And the photo that you see here in the right, HPB 2170 backup materials, that was the property as it sat in 2021. So here you can see the plans that were reviewed by the HPB in 2021, and it requested essentially to rehabilitate the structure, to add a one-story floor-to-room to the east side and a two-story rear addition. And some various site improvements, but that project was approved as presented. And again, these are the front and rear elevations and the staff report from Ms. Mittner. Here you can see the side elevations in that very large two-story rear addition and the HPB decision letter. So even though the HPB approved the plans, it does not appear that the applicant ever pulled the necessary permits to go with the plans. So work continued on the site unpermitted. As you can see, there was plywood sheathing installed sometime prior to November 2021, and the windows in the front of the property were installed sometime between then and now. And then also in 2021, another code enforcement case for excessive trash, construction debris, and having structure in disrepair was issued. But staff did visit the site on April 17th with the current applicants, and the front looks better than the sides and rear. The sides and rear are still completely open to the elements. It does show that there's just a lot of exposure damage, as I'm sure you can imagine. But still construction debris surrounding the property. But all of staff's photos from that from that site visit were included in staff's report. To touch on the code cases, again, one for unpermitted work from 2019, one for the site and just the general disrepair issued in 2021. So as of April 7th, when a lien search was performed, both of them together were at 1.778 million. But that was April 7th, so today's 50 days later, so add 50,000 to that. So again, the applicants are requesting a demolition, but also the waiver for simultaneous new construction. So we'll just go through the demolition criteria kind of as it stands. Does it contribute to the character or of the district or property? I would not say that the property contributes to the character of the district in its current state or in its state for the past 7 years. It is listed on the National Register. That was done in 1994 as part of the district, but again, all of its original materials have been stripped from it, so I don't believe that the property as it sits today would be National Register eligible. It is not the last remaining example. Due to the severe deterioration and the code enforcement issues, I just generally don't find the building that capable or feasible for repair and reuse. It's set in this condition for close to a decade now, right? So the barriers to restore are probably too great. I would not say it promotes the general welfare, and I would not say that losing it would be an irreparable loss to the city. Plans for new construction are compatible. Again, the applicant is requesting that waiver, which we'll touch on, and number 8 is not applicable because that is generally for non-contributing properties. So the simultaneous new construction standard falls within the demolition section. And it does say that a requirement for a certificate of appropriateness for new construction may be waived by the board upon a good cause, showing that such a requirement would be unduly harsh or would result in a substantial hardship to the property owner. Showing of good cause may include, but is not limited to, evidence that the property owner is unable to comply with the requirement due to advanced age, infirmary, physical or debilitating handicap, or financial hardship. So the applicants did submit a justification statement that again was included in the report and that Mr. Sicklin went over. A loss in value to homes in the area, the liability of unauthorized use and trespass as the property is unsecured, but ultimately, and this was touched on, right? So if the board approves the demolition and the contract purchasers purchase the property and then apply for a demolition permit and obtain or go through the costs of demolishing the structure, it's going to likely bring the property into compliance, but any lien reduction is going to be completely at the hands of the special magistrate. And we don't influence that, and we have no idea what that's going to be in the end. So staff generally finds that just generally due to the economic feasibility of proceeding with the acquisition, remediation, and simultaneous redevelopment is likely a hardship placed on the applicants. And again, the applicants have received public support for the proposed demolition. Again, at the time of the publication of the report, we had 32 neighbors who had signed a statement of neighbor support, and then a letter from the Old Northwood Neighborhood Steering Committee also recommending lending support for the project. Funny enough, when I was with the applicants on site on one of our site visits, we were stopped by multiple neighbors as they walked their pets down the street who lended their vocal support at that time as well. So that's all of staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jordan. Questions by the board?
I have one. So I assume there's no plans in progress as of now for what they are going to put on the site?
Not that I'm aware of. I know they do tend to develop the site in the coming years, but I don't think anything's been developed yet.
Okay, so that was my next, if there was a time frame for that. I guess whatever they choose to build will still have to come back here.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Jordan, thank you for that excellent timeline and sequence. So twofold questions. Just one is a footnote. I know that as it stands now, this isn't a loss to the district, but a 1923 structure most certainly is an irreparable loss to the district. Just a little footnote. And then I think I've asked this before, Ms. Anderson. There's nothing in the code that would require, because of demolition by neglect, reconstruction.
No.
Okay.
No, well, I mean, if you waive it, yes, this provision requires simultaneous.
No, ma'am.
I think that
the future structure be reconstructed to the 1923 structure.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could try to condition it as part of the but this property, and I'm familiar with this property because I live in the neighborhood, and it is, I mean, I live on the other side. It is a mess. But I do think, as Jordan said, there are so many obstacles, financial and otherwise. At this point, I think that it's probably best to just get it down and then move forward from there.
That's not without question. I mean, I absolutely 100% agree.
Do we care if in other words, there's no guarantee that anything gets built once it's down. And do we care if it just?
Well, they do live in the neighborhood.
That is a question for the applicant. We can ask the question because that is what we were going, I guess, if they will be amenable to rebuild a house that look like, the original historic home.
We have to come back to you for approval, so after sitting here for 4 hours, I have no doubt that you'll insist upon that. So yes is the answer to the question. And I think getting rid of this house, and even if there's a time lag between hiring an architect, getting the plans, getting back here, getting the code enforcement board fine reduced, if this is a grassed lot, the community's going to be overjoyed because it's been such a disaster for so long. And again, hurricane season next week, this thing needs to go desperately because it's a real problem.
Thank you.
I would doubt that any lot in this neighborhood is going to sit empty.
Any other questions? I have public comments from Janet Allison and Donald Allison.
I'm sworn in at 4:30. I'm missing my cocktail hour. My name is Don Allison. I live at 444 29th Street in West Palm Beach, right on the corner of Spruce and 29th, just 2 blocks south of this property. I'm also involved in the Old Northwood Neighborhood Association. I've been there for 4 years now. My concern about the property is not just the aesthetic bad look of the place. I'm concerned about the property because the property as it stands now gives the opportunity for bad people to do bad things in that house. And that's not good for our neighborhood. And that really concerns me a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jan
Ms. Janet.
Allison. I'm his worse half. I'm better half. I'm his wife. 50 years. Woo! All right. What I'm concerned about is nature. There are too many raccoons around Old Northwood. And I love animals, but they're not the ones I want in my neighborhood. And I don't want them inhabiting this house because, oh, it looks perfect, because, oh, yes, it's a basement. And, they just take over. I have enough problems with the iguanas and the little animals that want to come in our house. So I'd just like it to be demolished, and then we won't have to worry about the raccoons. They can go someplace else. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for keeping Old Northwood as wonderful it is. I love this neighborhood. It is so great. If you want to move there, I recommend it.
Thank you very much. All right, so now we move into executive session.
I think it's pretty straightforward. I would say based on the evidence presented, it's pretty commendable that the applicant would take the burden of all these fines just to have an empty lot. Hopefully not, but at the end of the day, it's pretty commendable. No, I know. It is, and I just on record want to append to your footnote. I cut my teeth on a house just like this. Like, I recognize its form and style and building construction. It's a real shame. because that kind of envelope taught me a lot about historic construction in South Florida, and it's a real shame to see it go. I'd be in, I don't know if we can make this a condition because we're making a waiver, but I'd be strongly in favor of a replication of a similar type of house. It's not the only surviving example, but it is unique in South Florida construction of this era, because it's not the majority of how you would build. And so I think it's reckoning back to that example would be worthwhile.
Well, I think for sure when the board sees this again, that's going to be taken into account.
Right, well, yeah. And I figured that the case, but might as well put that out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm in favor of as presented.
Yeah. You want to make the motion?
Okay. This one is special for demolition, yeah?
Did you include a template for the motion?
Denying a question. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number.
We need two
motions.
And, one for demolition, one
Demo
for
and a
waiver.
waiver.
And then one for the waiver subsequent to that. Yeah, 2630, yeah. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 26-37 for demolition in accordance with the demolition guidelines as set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, sections 9449 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. This motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. So it's just one motion for that, right?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So I guess I don't know if this.
Yeah, there is no template for.
There's no template, so I'll just say I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 26-37 for approving the waiver of simultaneous new construction requirement as the applicant's concerns surrounding the uncertainty of lien reduction represent a legitimate case for hardship.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, case approved. Before we finish, so last meeting we talked about glass. So I was in conversation with this person. It is the rep, the Vitacom rep for Florida.
Yes.
Oh, right.
So this is an email that he sent me today, or one of these days, yes, today, I think. So basically, there are no, and we can discuss it in another moment, and he is willing to come to speak with us. So
I forget which it was, the product they want to see.
there is no such a thing of a Lowy glass without tinting. So every kind of Lowy glass will have a green tint. So if you read the note, it says that there is 3 generations of Lowy glass. They are made of a silver layer. Generation 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The generation 3 is much greener than generation 1. He shipped me samples so we can compare the 3 generations. But we need to know that every Lowy glass will have some sort of green tint. So we can evaluate next month.
Okay.
I'll bring the samples, see if we are willing to accept a Lowy glass on the front, like generation 1, for example. The 3 of them are still being manufactured. Or we stick with a clear glass for the front.
This is really helpful.
Yes, thank you.
And then I have a second email that I didn't bring it, that for impact-resistant glass, right? Because impact resistance is a laminated glass with a interlayer. That Sentry interlayer is perfectly clear. So there is no issues with impact-resistant glass, no low E, but that film doesn't give the green.
Right. It's the, no. Okay.
Thank you, Gabe.
No, this was helpful. Thank you.
No. Yes, the generation 3 has a better energy, but it's greener.
It will appear greener. No, I can't
All right.
see it.
Anything else? Can I have a motion to
I'm
adjourn?
sorry, I did have one request for next month. If staff could give us a progress update on the Hibiscus, the former Hibiscus Bed and Breakfast Inn. It was recently, during my tenure, a related project for adaptive reuse of two shingle-shake buildings to be retrofitted into a restaurant.
I don't know what happened with that.
Okay.
I am recusing myself.
Okay. Just an update by staff.
Gabe probably does know what's happening with it.
And it's just sitting. What?
Need to ask
Just
Gabe.
sitting and deteriorating.
No, they are, I mean, as far as I know, there is a plan. Probably there is a plan to move one out, I don't know.
Hibiscus house?
Huh?
The hibiscus house?
They have been?
The hibiscus house, the two houses,
Yeah.
those are
Well, we are evaluating, related, I am not involved, so related
We'll
is
find out.
evaluating
They
what
are
to do with
designated, both of them.
About 2 years ago, there was a lot of talk about it and presentations.
No, we had, related had plans, they were approved.
Oh, were they? Okay.
Yeah.
Because they
They
came
were
in for the
approved,
DAC
but-
too. Sorry.
They were approved, yeah.
With a lot of mechanical equipment on the roofs.
We'll
But-
find out, yes.
Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Well, we have some last comment.
All those in favor?
No, wait, there's more news. Very bad news.
What did you say? What is bad news?
Are you going to be director again?
Tonight is my last meeting
What?
as your city historic preservation planner. It has really been a privilege. I've really enjoyed my time here, and thank you all.
Short.
It's been almost a year.
No, it's not.
Like, seriously.
Not approved.
Deny with prejudice.
Denied with prejudice. I did receive an unexpected offer from my previous employer with a very exciting.
Not me.
Not James. With a very exciting position, and I couldn't say no.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. But I have told Anna that I'm going to work really hard to find you all a great replacement. Hopefully soon.
You by far have been the best.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say, you've been such a great addition to this team, and I think your absence will definitely be felt.
Thank you. I'll come and give public comment when needed.
We'll text him. Jordan.
I'm going to text him and let him know how late the meetings are going.
So on that note, it's a big loss for us. Anthony will remain, but we are advertising the position again. So if you have anyone that will be interested in taking the position for the city historic preservation planner, please let them know. Position is open.
It's a tough position.
You know, that's not selling it.
Well, it's been recorded, so.
You're not under oath. I'm sad to see you go.
Yeah, certainly.
You've done a really great job.
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you. It really has been.
Yeah, you've made it really easy for us.
Yeah. Are you serious? I mean, we're more than happy to come back if you'd like. I think.
James has put me through a lot of Are You Sure's. It's been good. But yeah, I'm excited. Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, I've told you this, I think, you know, you've definitely brought some improvements to this section, you know, with, well, not just some, I think a lot within your short time here in terms of actually having, you know, submittal deadlines and having, you know, a lot more of organization within this section, so, you know, I think I surely am definitely going to miss you, so.
Thank you. Now I feel like a big jerk.
It's all right.
I move to adjourn.
Well, good luck with your new position, Jordan.
Thank you. Thank you very much.